to solve problems that enable the area and the communities. So we welcome all the participants and feel most welcome to make and showcase your presentations in this conference. We are grateful to have you around. So TUC University welcomes and visitors, and we are open to receiving new knowledge that is here to make the impact and this region. So we want to who have actually assisted us a lot in the course of the planning.
Who have been with us and have supported this course, and they are still with us. So we have Equity Afia. I don't know whether we have a representative for Equity Afia with us.
Maybe if they are representative for those organizations, maybe they can, maybe we can see them so that we can also appreciate them. We have Turkana Basin Institute. We have Cooperative Bank that have also assisted us. We have UASU. UASU, both the local chapter and also the national office, also supported this conference, among others. So if I have not mentioned your organization, feel that we appreciate the support that you have extended to Turkana University College and to the planning committee in the management and the organization of this conference. So because we are behind schedule, I wish not to take a lot of time because we have other speakers who also want to make their speeches, but mine is only to welcome you and to share with us freely the knowledge that you have, and also the innovations and linkages. That is Dr. Miriti to also make his remarks. So Dr. Miriti, karibu.
Our chief guest, chairman of the council, our principal, deputy principals, ladies and gentlemen, and all the online participants. Good morning. Good morning once more. Yeah, let me take this opportunity to welcome each one of you to this 5th International Multidisciplinary Conference. My name is Dr. Miriti Javasio. I am in charge of the Directorate of Research, Partnership and Collaborations. And I would wish to say that I am very much delighted because we invited you. You have hindered to our call to come and participate in this particular conference. We are humbled. This here, we want to have a conference that is unique, where we will be talking about where we have moved from the theory to blend it with the practical, so that is where we have involved all stakeholders from academics, so that we have an impactful conference, a lot of change. I want to thank all he has forgotten but feel appreciated. I can see UNESCO, World Food Program, they are there, and Kazinev, he has also forgotten. Do you have somebody from Kazinev? Yes, Kevin. That is, we appreciate you, and we are really grateful for the support, and everyone else that we have not mentioned. There will be time that you'll be given to come and give some remarks, so we have not forgotten you. At this particular time, because you are by schedule, I would like to invite our registrar academics, Bwana Paul Ondongo, to come introduce himself and then introduce, and then of course we invite the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Our chief guest, the chairman of council, the principal, Turkana University College, the deputy principals, and all participants. Good morning. I want to join my colleagues in welcoming you to Turkana University College, and more particular to this conference, the 5th International Multidisciplinary Conference for Turkana University College. I believe this is an opportunity for us to learn, to gain experience, and to interact with each other, and more so to get solutions to challenges that we face in the arid and in semi-arid areas. So feel most welcome and feel free at Turkana University College. It's now my pleasure to invite the deputy principal. Sorry. It's now the deputy principal. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, just before I invite the deputy principal, I would invite the Secretary General UASU, who has a message from the National.
Of Universities Academic Staff Union, UASU. My name is Dr. Beatrice Oboge. I'm the Secretary General of the Union at the chapter, but today is not my day. I have been sent here by the National Secretary General, who ought to have been here, but is in Geneva. He sends his greetings and a message of congratulations for this milestone that the university has achieved in having such a big conference, which is multinational, multidisciplinary, and he gives his moral support. As the union, you know that we support research, we support all academic activities, and I want to welcome each member of the union from our sister universities in the country to feel welcome and be part of us as we deliberate upon this conference themes. Thank you so much and welcome.
Thank you, Madam Beatrice, and we appreciate the message from UASU. Now I would invite the deputy principal in charge of research, innovation and linkages, Professor Peter.
Yeah, thank you very much, Registrar Academic Affairs, virtual platform, the principal, Turkana University College, Professor George Ndiema Chemelingwa, the on the virtual platform, Dr. Margaret Administration, Finance and Planning, Professor George Mutha, the Deputy Principal in charge of Academic and Student Affairs, Professor Ellen Kamiri, who is present the first day here. Feel welcome, Professor. The esteemed scholars who are present here today, our distinguished guests, our conference delegates present here, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. God is good, and all the time. Thank you, thank you. So feel welcome to Turkana University College, the cradle of knowledge, and Turkana County, the cradle of mankind. I am Professor Peter Edome, the acting deputy principal in charge of research, innovation, and linkages. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and immense pleasure that I welcome you all to Turkana University College for the 5th International Multidisciplinary Research Conference that is being held here at the university. It is a moment of great pride for Turkana University College as an institution of higher learning to bring together a vibrant community of researchers, innovators, professionals, and respected leaders under one roof right here in Lodo Town at the heart of Turkana County, the cradle of mankind. Today marks not just the beginning of a conference, but the convergence of ideas and minds from across the globe. You represent your that are shaping the future of our society here, and be part of this impactful conference as a scientific community to explore, engage with the dynamic. This year theme is Innovate, Adaptable Solution for Climate Resilience in this university where we are located. It speaks directly to the pressing realities of our time, and particularly a region like ours, where we are on the front line of vulnerabilities of the climate change. As we all know, our areas face immense ecological and developmental challenges, from unpredictable climate patterns to food security and limited infrastructure. But with these challenges lies an opportunity for research to illuminate new pathways, for innovation to shape solutions, and for collaboration to drive impact. This conference is not just a forum for only academic exchange, but it is a critical call for us to action. And over the next few days that will be here, we will explore how technology, indigenous knowledge systems, and inclusive research can catalyze lasting change in our communities. Been long that this conference will showcase. As a university college, we are committed to become a hub of transformative ideas. I take this opportunity to acknowledge all concerted effort of the division for organizing this conference of this caliber that resonates very well with this year's theme. This should remind us that research and innovation, where diverse disciplines only speak to the world, but it must speak with the dynamics of the real world, especially the communities we aim to serve. I also look forward to the third day of our conference, the resilience that it has. It is time to step out of the conference room and into the real landscape that our research is meant to touch and transform as a university. The field excursion will be a journey of discovery, of dialogue, innovation, where bold ideas transcend boundaries, and together we will shape the future of science and humanity. As I conclude, I welcome each one of you to Turkana University College, and let this be not the end, but a new beginning for us to work together. Let us carry with us not only the knowledge shared, but the momentum to collaborate across disciplines, to think beyond the boundaries, and to act with purpose. And once again, thank you for being here. Na karibuni sana all our researchers, all the delegate karibuni University College. Karibu sana.
Professor Endome, riding on the protocols already established. Our guests, esteemed colleagues, honored participants, our ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Both an honor and a pleasure to welcome you to the 5th Turkana University Annual International Conference. On behalf of science promoting its vision of becoming a globally esteemed university in teaching at this conference represents minds, but also a significant milestone in our ongoing commitment to advancement of knowledge and fostering collaboration across our disciplines. research, technology, and sustainable resource management for climate change, resilience, and socio-economic transformation resonates profoundly within the context of our global community, highlighting the significant role of research, emerging technologies to socio and economic well-being in the context of sustainability and economic concerns. We are privileged to have such a diverse group of participants from various academic institutions, industries, and regions. I encourage each one of us to seize this occasion, not only to share your insights and findings, but to forge new connections, inspire one another, and collaborate. Passion and constructive debate that this conference fosters. I would like to take this opportunity, moment, to express my very sincere gratitude to the organizing committee, the partners and the sponsors, and all who have worked tirelessly to make this event successful. Your efforts in planning, coordinating, and executing this conference have not gone unnoticed, and we are grateful for your dedication. As we embark on this journey together, let us remain open-minded and engaged, and ready to learn from each other's experience and perspectives. I hope that you will find the sessions insightful and discussions enriching, and overall experiences both rewarding and enjoyable. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to Turkana University. May our time together be filled with valuable exchanges, productive collaborations, and lasting relationships. Thank you very much, and once again, we welcome you to the university and to the participation in this conference. It is now my humble duty to welcome my new colleague, Professor Ellen, to come and say something. Welcome. You can clap for her as she comes in charge of academics.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you. My name is Professor Helen Kamiri. I'm hardly 24 hours since I arrived in Lodwar. It's my first day of work. It's my first day to be at Turkana University College. And what a wonderful way to be welcomed to my tour of duty. So I'm delighted to join you and the other participants as we go through this conference. It is always the best way to disseminate our research findings as academicians, but it's also another way to also go back to where we collected our data and talk with the people we worked with and disseminate our research findings. So as I start off today, I'm delighted to see you, the Turkana University College community, and we'll work together in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I acknowledge our distinguished guests, partners, our colleagues, and all the delegates who are with us, both physically, and I think we may also clap for all the delegates who are here. Please, let's do that. Those online and who are physically here. As already indicated, my name is Professor George Cheminingwa, the principal, and I am very happy that we are having this conference, which has actually grown from strength to strength. Professor Mudha reminded me that it also coincided with the time, and actually it has grown from strength to strength. So it is with immense pride and pleasure that I welcome you all to Turkana University College for the 5th International Multidisciplinary Research Conference. And we are deeply honored to host this very important gathering, which begins today and ends on 13th June 2025. At this juncture, I also wish to acknowledge the conference organizers, and if you are here, please may you be upstanding so that we as participants acknowledge your presence. I think I saw them here, led by it's okay. Can we have the conference participants? Or the conference organizers, please? Who is the leader? The chairman, Dr. Ndiritu. We want just to acknowledge you, so we'll just clap for you. Or you come to the front, please move forward. All of you be quick. Okay, can we have them, the chairman is with me here. Can we, maybe there's no time to talk, so can we just clap for them and appreciate them for the work that they have done? A great job. Unless, Dr. Ndirutu, you want to introduce your team, or you are okay?
Thank you, Principal. So we have, this is the Dr. Nyakudi, Dr. Rokidol, Dr. Abisaki, Dr. Miriti, Dr. Beatrice, Madam Karemi, and Daniel Motiso, and Dr. Susan Ouko, and I'm Dr. James Derito. Thank you.
That is the team that has been planning, and I think they have done a great job. Again, I also wish to acknowledge the presence of University College. Please, may you be upstanding. We appreciate you, Professor. Thank you very much. You can see that Turkana University is truly international. Professors who teach for us from across the globe. We have also our who are to make some quick remarks, and if I may be directed by Dr. Miriti, so that we acknowledge the ones who are to speak for a short moment. Quickly. Okay, thank you. Is there a representative from CASNEP to just quickly make a few, so we acknowledge you, and can we clap for them, for the support? Thank you very much. From CASNEP, come to the front and make introduce yourself, and then we will also introduce the others. Thank you. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Prof. My name is Kevin Munialo from CASNEB Foundation. I know all of us know about CASNEB, Accountants and Secretaries National Examination Board, which set up a foundation that assists students who are pursuing CASNEB qualifications in terms of bursaries to proceed with their education. We are delighted to be in Turkana. We hope to have a successful conference. Thank you very much.
Very much, Mr. Munialo. Can we clap for Mr. Munialo of CASNEB? Please, can we have Tubado, if you are represented here? If not, Tupado, we have UNESCO. UNESCO, please come forward. Can we clap for him as he coming? Karibu sana, tunaweza kumpigia makofi akikuja ndio akuwe na nguvu. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Prof. Good morning. I'm Samuel Mwangi, working with UNESCO, which is a multi-sectoral agency dealing with education, science, and culture. So I'm basically here because of the science component. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate him. Can we have somebody from WFP, if he's around? WFP, the World Food Program. We can clap for her to keep active. Eh? Oh, that was a mistaken identity. That's the right time. Okay, ICCB. ICCB. If not, we have Uwasu has already spoken. Then ICL. ICL. I choose live. ICL. Karibu sana ICL.
The principal, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Nicholas. I work with Chogio, but cross-cutting activities in the whole of Turkana County. We are privileged to be here today, specifically on areas of environment and education. And so we are looking forward to really getting insights from the academic in the rooms and the practitioners also. Thank you so much, and God bless us.
Thank you very much, ICL. Let's clap for him. Also at this juncture, I wish to acknowledge also another Paddy Wamalwa. Karibu sana, Dr. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Paddy Wamalwa Lihayo. Promote, coordinate, and regulate research in agricultural and livestock sector. So I'm here also to learn more from the other stakeholders. CARO has 16 institutes with different mandates, and we are present in 37 counties. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paddy Wamalwa, that I also happen to know, having partnered with the CALRO for many years. Karibu, can we clap again for CALRO? Thank you very much. We have APAD. We have a representative from APAD. Karibu sana, let's appreciate him.
Good morning all. My name is Joseph Chegem. I work for APAD. APAD is an agency for cross-border pastoralist development. And I have my colleagues here. Can they stand up and wave to the audience? Thank you so much, thank you so much. Pastoralist organization that are doing the small things on here to gain this meaningful knowledge so that we can pass to them. We are a non-government organization that works in Turkana and North Pokot. So thank you so much. And on behalf of my director, Sam Kimeli, we are happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, APAD. Can we appreciate Ms. Joseph again? I think we have appreciated all the partners and any other partner that is not been acknowledged, please be upstanding, especially if you don't come from Turkana University College. Let's appreciate all the other visitors. Kindly, if you are not from Turkana University College and you have not been introduced, please be upstanding. We appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. I see in front here some visitors from various, please can you stand up so that we are Mudoni and the rest. Yes, that is what I wanted. Thank you very much for coming to Turkana University College and also to Lodwar in Turkana County. I am very happy as the principal to see people from all over the world participating in this conference. I think it says something about our growth and also our maturity. Thank you very much for coming in for us to be together. This conference theme, as you have already been told, is innovative and tech-driven socioeconomic transformation, sustainable resilience in arid and semi-arid lands. This is a subject of our time and a subject that is very urgent as it responds to the immediate of Turkana University College, the globally esteemed university in teaching, research, and outreach. Participating in this conference, you are actually helping us achieve teaching, research, and outreach. So thank you very much for patronizing this conference. As many of you who are here, both physically and virtually, can attest, climate change is no longer a distant concern for future generations. It is a lived reality, especially for communities in arid and semi-arid such as Turkana. Witnessing temperatures, prolonged droughts that threaten livelihoods, ecosystems. Challenge lies an opportunity to rethink while fostering socio-economic transformation. Gathered here not just to exchange ideas, but to inspire and be inspired to connect research with the practice where such integration can thrive. As we engage in presentations, expect new ideas, innovations, and partnerships to be created. Discussion to Kalokol to have a view of the beautiful shores of Lake Turkana. Only a time to unwind, also a moment to reflect on the geography, culture, and environmental significance of our region. Standing glimpse into the resilience of nature and the deep connection between communities. On behalf of the entire university community, once again, I welcome you to this intellectual and collaborative space. Let us make the most of adventure to in Turkana County, the great Dr. Salim Demo College. May we have a very beautiful conference. May we have very exciting that you come from. I thank all of you because you responded. Acknowledge all the keynote speakers and the ones who are the presenters who will be making presentations, because you are very important to this conference. Without you, we can't have a conference. So I want to appreciate all of the keynote speakers and everybody else. We appreciate them by a clap of our hands. Can we clap again for them? Usually when you are here, because it is hot, when you clap, you remain awake. That's why I always ask people to clap, so that you are awake. I think I should also welcome those who are virtual, who are coming to us virtually, that they make us also experience what the others are experiencing. And now I wish to welcome the chairman of council, Dr. Demo, to make his remarks. If he is on. Just ensure that the chairman is online. If he's online, then he can go ahead. If not, then we can also maybe continue. He's online, okay. So just wait a little bit as they prepare the chairman.
First and foremost, I would like to welcome you home, because especially those ones who are physically Lodwa, because that is the cradle of mankind, so you are completely at home, regardless of which part of the world you came from. I would like, on behalf of the council, management, staff and students of Turkana University College, to welcome you to the 5th International Multidisciplinary Conference in Turkana University College. This year's conference, whose theme is quite a mouthful, tech-driven socio-economic transformation, sustainable and locally adaptable solutions for climate resilience in arid and semi-arid lands, resonates well with the university's strategic plan 2023-2027. The plan recognizes the role of education, research, locally adaptable solutions to the world's challenges. It underscores the importance of research, innovation and technology transfer in alleviating poverty in ASEAN areas. Specifically, there is need for research and innovation geared towards monetizing nomadic pastoralists by proposing market interventions for products such as milk, honey, hive, and skins. Also, there is need to focus on enhancing solar and wind energy, which are in abundance in Turkana County and, of course, other ASEAN areas. This conference provides opportunities to scholars and researchers in diverse fields with the diverse and the specialization, sorry about that, specialization to share research, funding, experiences, and expertise required to transform the ASEAN. I look forward to 2 days of productive discussions, networking, collaborations aimed at producing transformative and sustainable solutions. With those few remarks, I now wish to declare the 5th International Multidisciplinary Conference officially open. Thank you, God bless you, and enjoy.
Thank you very much. Can we clap and appreciate for officially opening? Thank you very much, Dr. Salim Demo, for that. You can stay on at your own pleasure. Thank you very much. I think we have now finished that part. So let me hand over to the MC to continue. Dr. Lokido. So we need to fix that system. It took us too long. The ICT people come and help us so that we avoid the challenges we are having.
That we have had at this juncture to invite each one of us for the health break. We have tea downstairs at our cafeteria, and thereafter we will be led by the official concerned to the tree planting site just behind the administration between library and the I want to say a word of prayer as we break for tea.
climate change initiatives. Through the WCK, Dr. Otieno continues to champion sustainable practices by empowering the youth across East Africa to take action for nature. She has led Wildlife Clubs of Kenya, driven climate and helped shape global environment dialogue through IUCN. Her commitment has had global impact in climate change and ocean literature. Dr. Otieno connects people with nature through education, conservation, and communication. Join me in welcoming Dr. Margaret Otieno, our guest speaker. Let's clap for her. Karibu sana. Welcome our guest speaker, and thank you for accepting to play this role.
But that will take quite a long time. And given that this is quite a specific target, my speech is going to be based on equality in climate change, climate action, integrating gender dimension in climate change education. Gender relations are an integral feature of social transformations associated with climate change. Salutations, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be with you today. I had hoped to be there with you physically, especially because this is a multidisciplinary conference, which is really the way we should view climate change. We cannot put climate change action in a box and assign to a specific discipline. As I was looking at the room and looking at the virtual participants, online participants, I have noticed that we have a diversity of women. We have plenty of women, and quite a number of youth here today. I just want to emphasize that your voices are crucial to the global movement on gender equality and climate action. Climate change and gender inequality are interwoven challenges. We will not meet the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal or any other goal without gender equality and the full contribution of both women and girls. I will not give an elaborate definition of climate change, but I would just like to point out that climate change is change in climate over time as a result of both natural and human activities. So over the years, what I'm trying to say is that there has always been climate change, which occurs naturally, but human activities has made the situation worse. I would also like to emphasize that gender is not only about women, but men as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the impact of climate change is greater on countries and communities which rely on natural resources for their livelihood and therefore have least capacity to combat climate change related challenges such as droughts, landslides, floods, and hurricanes. I'm sure within Turkana, just like the rest of the country, we are already experiencing the impacts of climate change. In addition to country and global vulnerabilities, climate change disproportionately impacts on girls and women, amplifying and creating challenges that we are already seeing, such as child marriages, things like reduced access to education, training, and heightening exposure to violence amongst others. There is evidence that been made towards gender equality in many, many developing countries. It is therefore vital that gender equality is considered, as well as men and women's different needs, perspectives, and knowledge to be
recording in progress
in climate change initiatives. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I wish to re-emphasize that climate change is not gender neutral. Women and men experience climate-related impacts differently due to varying social roles, responsibilities, access to resources, and participation in decision-making. In many parts of the world, women are primarily responsible for food production, for making sure that there is adequate water for use by the family, and energy sourcing for household use. In the rural Kenya, like in most rural African countries or even developing world, women spend hours looking for, because if they was looking for, girls support their mothers in technology and resources, and even skewed power relations and inequitable. However, as I've said before, the global agenda and climate change negotiations have paid insufficient attention to the social and gender dimensions of addressing the climate change. Resources such as land, water, forests, and fisheries is not uniform across the genders. Girls and women interact with natural systems on a daily basis and have intimate and practical knowledge of local environments. Because of their assigned roles, women are on the front line of experiencing the impacts of climate change. From prolonged droughts affecting water resources, things like deforestation, reducing access to fuel, to erratic weather patterns, disrupting subsistence farming. However, when women and girls are excluded from climate change planning and decision-making and activities associated with climate change action, most of the time this is unintentional because it's due to structural inequity, cultural or oversight, detaches them with nature and the sense of care that they are supposed to provide. And now, I would like to talk about climate change and education. At the Wildlife Clubs of Kenya, at IUCN, and even at Conservation Alliance Kenya, we acknowledge, shape attitudes, and empower individuals and communities to engage in climate change solutions. So for people to come up with solutions that will help in the mitigation and adaptation to climate change. Integrating gender into climate change education ensures that learning is inclusive. That's why whenever we have teachers training workshops, we make balance, and the teaching community to come for teachers workshop, you'll find that of the participants are male. So we've gone out of our way to make sure that there is a balance, because women are the most affected and they must be there. Integrating gender into climate change education will ensure that this learning is inclusive, reflective of diverse experience, and responsive to the specific needs and strengths of all individuals. It also supports the development of equitable solutions that consider the differential impacts of climate change and promotes the active participation of all genders. Inclusive and must to do it. Trying to lobby the Ministry of Education and especially KICD to ensure that climate change education is integrated within the existing school curriculum. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is one of the most, its causes, effects, and solutions is critical, but we must be sensitive in our approach to ensure that gender-specific needs guide the climate. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to read the following, which we can also call a call for action. Promote equal access to climate education. We must discuss the gender norms and influence access to resources. Just because that forest was planted by the man of the home does not mean that the woman cannot benefit by planting fuel wood inside the forest trees that are required for the purpose of the man. Train teachers and educators on how to deliver responsive climate education. Let it not just be general climate education. Develop teaching and learning materials, and once again, I would like to emphasize that I really hope that I can be part of you there physically, because I would have shared some physical teaching and learning materials that are inclusive, participatory, and sensitive to diverse gender identities and roles. Ensure that girls and women, especially in rural and marginalized communities, have access to quality climate change education and related opportunities. Let's not leave anyone behind. Encourage gender-inclusive participation in climate initiatives. Collect and use gender disaggregate and benefiting from climate-related programs. Give them the space in which to practice climate change action activities. Stereotypes and structural inequities. Recognize and address the interaction of gender with other identity factors like age. Is it only the young girls who are being involved? Because we can't ignore the older women, especially the very old women, because they're the custodians of indigenous knowledge and traditions, which will support in the achievement of climate change action. So disability, do we include everybody? And of course, socioeconomic status. Are we just targeting those people who have a say in the society, those people who have disability, or do we go down, deep down, and get everybody involved? Ladies and gentlemen, we stand section of inequality and climate change, and our strategies must reflect the urgency of the times. We owe this to the future generations. Thank you so much for listening to me. I hope I can still make it to the conference so that I can have one-on-one discussions on this subject that is affecting not just the economy of the country, but even our livelihoods at the home level. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the rest of the discussion.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Dr. the CEO of Wildlife Clubs of Kenya, who has talked about generations and desert worlds beyond development, with the major theme being integration of women in climate change, that we cannot be climate change resilient without the very important role that women play. Thank you very much. Now we move to our keynote speaker. Can you just confirm that the keynote speaker is on? Keynote speaker, Professor Jaum Guya.
Yes, can you hear? Can you hear me?
Professor Jaum Guya, I can see him. He's ready. The sound? The sound? The sound? The sound? The sound?
Is the sound okay?
Okay. Thank you very much. Welcome. I think we can move on. I just make a few statements about the profile of Professor Jaum Guya. Professor Jaum Guya is a professor at the University of Girona, where he serves as the scientific director of the Tourism Research Campus and program director of the Erasmus Mundus European Masters in Tourism Management. His research explores the role of tourism and other human mobilities in shaping resilient, inclusive, and sustainable futures, with a focus on territorial governance, cross-border cooperation, and community-based placemaking. Recent work engages post-humanist and new materialist approaches to human mobility and investigates regenerative transformation aligned with the green and post-growth paradigms. He has published widely and supervised over 20 PhD dissertations. Beyond academia, he has led international consultancy and capacity building projects. He currently leads 3 Eyes, a capacity building initiative aiming to strengthen higher education institutions in remote regions of Somalia, Ethiopia, and Kenya through a comprehensive capacity building approach, and Matters, a pioneering project integrating transdisciplinary learning and systemic change for regenerative futures. We wish to add that Turkana University College is involved in the 3 Eyes project, where our colleagues, Professor Mudha, Professor Edome, Dr. Miriti, and others are involved, and that Professor Guya was just recently here in Kenya, so he's a familiar face to Turkana University.
For higher education capacity building in peripheral areas. This is in the context which, as said, I have had the privilege to visit Turkana a couple of times, one only 2 weeks ago. Also, my colleagues at Turkana University College have had the opportunity to visit that here in Europe, while also we have been able to meet several times in Ethiopia and Kenya, together with other colleagues from 3 Eyes network of peripheral universities in these 2 countries, and also Somalia. It's a real pleasure to have been part of these collaborations with Turkana University College, for which I thank you, and I thank the university very, very, very much. Today, as we go through the presentation, you'll notice that the slides that I have prepared are intentionally visual and uncluttered. This is to support the story I'll be telling, rather than to duplicate it. So I invite you to simply follow the images as I guide you through the narrative. And let me share the screen before I proceed. 1 second, please. So then, I guess you can see the screen now. Can you confirm, please?
Yes, we can see.
Thank you. Thank you. Regeneration in arid and semi-arid lands should not be a technical fix as a process that is always already underway within this kind of landscapes. In Tucana and other ASAL regions, regeneration is not an externally induced process, but an ongoing co-composition of worlds. It's plural, it's adaptive, it's rooted in movement. Yet, dominant development imaginaries, well steeped in metrics and grids and sedentary logics, tend to ignore this. They portray these regions' structure lines and budgets and institutional logics that rarely fit with the cosmovision of these communities. But there is another way to see, one that listens to rhythms rather than clocks, one that recognizes stories, materials, and modes of improvisation that refuse both nostalgia and developmentality. Yeah, okay. Can you see the slides? Hello?
The slides are not visible.
Make it move.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to make the slides move, but I don't find a way. I don't find a way. Maybe I kind of lost. I've lost my capacity to do that, and so it's like I've been put out. So I don't know. Okay, I don't want to. Okay. I'm not sure how to proceed. Maybe I should just continue without. I will have to continue without the slides because definitely there's no way that I can do that. No. Let's see, Zoom. No. Okay, so please. If you hear me, just allow me to follow the narrative without the visuals. So, yeah, for decades, development discourse has cast ASALs as fragile margins, as places defined by lack of water, infrastructure, lack of modernity. In the case of Tucana, this grammar of scarcity has justified a long series of interventions: irrigation projects, food aid, cash transfers, schooling campaigns, even extractive partnerships. What unites these efforts is not just their content, but also their structure. These efforts presume a normative trajectory towards sedentary, measurable, and market-integrated futures. They depend on what the philosopher Gilles Deleuze might call a striated space. In contrast to Tucana life, really the case, we should ask. Here, the mismatch is ontological. Planning tools assume linear time, fixed assets, and individual responsibility. Tucana herders, traders, cultivators, and fishers move across relational ecologies, guided by weather, by kin, by livestock of development, not just through critique, but through practice. And this is where the seeds of a different regeneration can be found. Let me share a story that captures the layered complexity of regenerative potential. Before the widespread cultivation of sorghum in southern Tucana, sorghum was known to be grown across the Omo River in Merrill territory. Sorghum, as many of you know, is not just a crop, it's a form of security, a political asset, and even a spiritual substance in these communities. In the story, a Tucana man travels across the border, along the Merrill, and when he leaves, intimate and subversive. The seed moves not by trade, by trespass. This was not mere theft. It was a transformative, a regenerative rupture. The story is often told with a folklore, but it encodes something more, the ethics and tactics of situated innovation. The seed is a metaphor, yes, but also a material reality, and its movement across bodies, boundaries, and terrains become a foundation for new forms of cultivation and of memory, wrapped in risk and kinship and hope. And it reminds us that not all futures are born in labs or agencies. Some are born in quiet defiance. Following the smuggled seed came the gradual development of flood recession farming in Turkana, a system locally known as akitare, and shaped not by top-down planning but by seasonal rhythms and social intelligence. When the Turkwell River flooded, it left behind fertile silt. This moment, called akiporo, marked the beginning of the cultivation cycle. After the silt dried just enough, families would begin akamu, the clearing and planting of fields. Tools were simple: wooden digging sticks, hose, and plastic jerry cans reused as irrigation buckets. But the process was anything but primitive. It was highly attuned to the landscape. Decisions were made collectively. Labor was distributed across age and gender groups. Tasks followed not fixed schedules, but environmental cues: the color of clouds, the direction of wind, the presence of birds, the thickness of mud. Children played while watching goats. Grandparents offered stories laced with instructions. These practices were not simply economic. They were cosmotechnical, integrating observation, movement, spirit, and care. The fields themselves were often temporary, but responding to what the land revealed. This is the logic that fails to think in resilience in the face of climate variability. Then, in resilience in the face of climate variability. Then came the memory and soil. The state framed this as progress, electrification, national development, energy security. But in Turkana, it was registered as rupture. And also began a pattern that continues to this day, a regeneration effort disrupted by a top-down intervention, which then leads to new improvised responses from below. This is where the story turns again. And in the next section, I will look at how people hacked, repurposed, and reimagined the tools and infrastructures imposed upon them. Following the dam's disruption, formal development efforts intensified in Turkana, often with urgency, sometimes with good intent, but rarely with attunement. The Turkana Rehabilitation Project became one of the region's flagship interventions, productive zones, and helping settle formerly immobile populations into reliable sedentary livelihoods. But the ground reality was much more complicated than that. Canals filled with sediment after a single season. Diesel pumps failed during droughts when fuel was diverted for transport or military use, and rigid field plots clashed with seasonal flooding, livestock movements, and the practicalities of kin-based land sharing. Rather than following rain, shade, or animal needs, these schemes expected water to obey concrete lines. Yet in Turkana, water is not infrastructure, it is a force, alive, unpredictable, remembered through songs, sensed through wind and animal behavior. This mismatch between the striated lines of engineering and the fluid intelligence of desert life created more than inefficiency. It signaled an epistemic imposition. The land was being asked to forget itself. But even then, regeneration did not collapse. It adapted through appropriation, adjustment, and often through quiet subversion. The narrative of failure is easy to tell. Rusting pumps, broken bonds, canals clogged with sand, each of them a symbol of a stalled ambition. But what if we read these not as ends, but as material thresholds, entry points into adaptive practices? Women speak of bonds not as ruin, but as resources. A cracked cement wall becomes a storage edge. A pipe no longer channeling water serves as a drying rack for mats of fish. A leftover plastic linings form a failed drip system. From a failed drip system are used to construct shade for goat pens. The canal is not abandoned, it is reclaimed. Here we see the less ambulatory. Sorry? Yeah. Here, I was saying, here we see what Deleuze and Guattari might describe as a line of light, a way in which structures meant to fix and discipline are deterritorialized. They are re-entering life through unanticipated uses. Improvisation is then not random. It is situated intelligence, responding to rupture not with return, but with recomposition. And importantly, it is often collective. Shared tools, youth repurpose mobile phone batteries to power solar lanterns for evening study or small trading. Elders offer stories as guides for altar riverbed. Regeneration here emerges not from design labs, but from material intimacy, knowing what works, what holds, what leaks, and turning constraint into capacity. This is the kind of intelligence that rarely appears in donor reports, but it sustains worlds, and it deserves to be recognized as innovation in its own right. What would it then mean to design with, not for, agropastoral life? Let's imagine a solar nomadic hub, a mobile, decentralized unit that moves with people, camel-carried, perhaps donkey and poor borehole access. Let's imagine cold chain systems, preserving meal, vaccines, seeds, bridging time and temperature in deserts. Let's imagine communication modules enabling markets, alerts, and storytelling across space. But more than a machine, is a conceptual shift, where infrastructure is typically static. This is relational. Where development prefers stability, this follows pastoral rhythms, tracking rainfall, grazing cycles, conflict displacement, and kin-based movement. This is not science fiction. This is science fiction. This is Afrofuturism grounded in practice, a design paradigm that begins with vernacular intelligence, local constraint, and community participation. It does not scale but by replication. It scales by resonance. Think of the way Tucana herders use tin cans as ankle bells, plastic jerry cans as irrigation devices, or fabric scraps as child carriers. These are not primitive hacks. They are evidence of a design culture attuned to movement. The solar nomadic hub that we have imagined would not replace traditional forms, but extend them, respecting the tempo, uncertainty, and the ethics of desert life. A regeneration technology not of dominance, but of companionship. But in Turkana, humans do not act alone. Regeneration unfolds as a multi-species project. Consider the goat not just a source of meat or milk, but a sensor of landscape shift, a vector of mobility, a dowry instrument, a mobile bank. Or consider the sorghum plant, grown in receding floodplains, chosen for its resistance to wind and heat, but also its ability to hold ancestral memory in ritual use. Plastic sacks are repurposed for shade and wind, interpreted not only meteorologically, but as a spiritual messenger. This is an assemblage ontology, not just ecology in the biological sense, but a posthumanist ethics, where material, animal, spiritual, and human elements co-compose lifeways. It recalls what anthropologists attempt to these non-human collaborators. To fence off goats may reduce overgrazing, but it may also break a mobility pattern that protects against drought. To mechanize a granary may improve yield, but disrupt community rhythm. Designing with ASAL communities means designing across species, across histories, and across temporalities. Regeneration then is not an ecological ideal, it's an ethical entanglement, and it's already underway. What does it then mean to design a knowledge infrastructure that walks, that is nomadic? In the desert, knowledge is not kept in filing cabinets or databases. Knowledge lives in oral memory, in the rhythm of walking, in the tone of a proverb, in the heat-creased skin of elders, and in the quick fingers of those who know how to fix a tire with rope or to read the clouds with their nose. But this does not mean the desert is pre-digital. Quite the opposite. In the Tucana region, there are young people using solar-charged smartphones to exchange location updates, share grazing conditions, track lost animals, or coordinate trips to fetch water tanks. This is not just improvisation. It is the emergence of a mobile knowledge infrastructure, stitched from fragments of connectivity, oral transmission, embodied skill, and intergenerational learning. Let us ask, what if we designed with that mobility, not against it? What if knowledge was supported by light infrastructures, downloadable learning pods, voice-recorded archives in local languages, exchange notes that move with the rhythm of the hertz? In many ways, this already exists. Grandmothers teach through lullabies. Boys learn ecology by herding. Radio transmitters travel on motorbikes. And donkeys carry not only water, but news. These are not backward systems to be replaced. They are flexible architectures of learning that deserve to be enhanced, not bypassed by technological design. Our regenerative future for desert worlds will require us not only to connect knowledge across distance, but to revalue how knowledge already moves through arid lands. And those movements, oral, digital, embodied, are part of what makes Tucana's futures not only possible, but profoundly alive. Too often, myth is dismissed as superstition, and failure is dismissed as luck. But in the desert, both myth and failure operate differently. Myth is not a relic, it is a map. It is a carrier of memory, sorghum seed. A Tucana man crossing the border into Meril territory, hiding seeds in his body and bringing them home. It sounds like a fable, like a myth, but in local accounts, it is also an epistemology, an account of how regeneration begins not through institutional permission, but through embodied defiance. The bond that breaks is not discarded, it is adapted. The field abandoned by an NGO is repurposed for grazing. The jerry can once used for fuel now holds water. This is failure as creative friction, not the end of a project, but the beginning of a practice. And what about myth? Myth records these pivot points. It carries the memory of dry seasons, betrayals, cleverness, and repair. In a landscape where institutions may forget, myth remembers. And in a system that expects linear growth, failure teaches another rhythm. To finish the speech, let us return now to the speculative, to the solar nomadic hub, the mobile infrastructures, the interspecies attunements we imagined earlier. This is not utopia. This is Afrofuturism grounded in the ordinary. This is a political and ontological orientation that begins in the boma, in the riverbed, in the gestures of mat weaving, and the grain stored under a bed. Afrofuturism in the desert doesn't look like shiny cities on high-speed trains. It looks like a battery strapped to a camel, like a grandmother carrying coded knowledge in a millet receipt, like a child using WhatsApp to track rain, rumors, and gold prices. It is speculative, yes, but it's also pragmatic. It says, what if we imagine futures here, from within the rhythms and raptures of agropastoral life? What if we scaled not projects, but relations? Afrofuturism in this sense doesn't dream of escape. It dreams of entanglement, of technologies that move, of knowledges that adapt, of regenerations that do not aspire to become urban, but to become otherwise. In the language of Gilles Deleuze, this is becoming. not as a destination, but as a continuous unfolding. Regeneration not from scarcity to abundance, but from fragmentation to recomposition. Futures grow sideways, through detours, alliances, improvisations, and the desert, far from being barren, is already tiled with such futures. By what we are being, from reading movement as a problem to understanding it as a mode of intelligence, one that tracks ecology, kinship, and risk more precisely than many statistical models. Designing with the arid lands and not for means listening to elders when they speak of shifting from memory, noticing how children intuit the direction of wind and sand, valuing how women's work in map making, charcoal trading, and goat care shapes mobile economies of care and innovation. It means seeing non-human actors, goats, rivers, clouds, millets, stones, as co-participants in regeneration. It means refusing the universal model and instead making situated ethics, slow, dialogical, iterative, and never complete. There is some micro open, please. Can you close that? Can I continue? Yeah. I was saying that if the desert world teaches us anything, is this: no intervention arrives clean. All regeneration is co-composed, and when done well, it humbles the designer. Juliet, can you close the micro, please? Thank you. So to finish, let's us return, not to the desert of developmental cliché, but let's return to the living desert, the one already regenerating through movement, relation, improvisation. Let us return to a landscape that carries memory not in archives, but in seeds, scars, and stories, that builds futures not through factories, but through solar carts and sorghum fields. One future that doesn't ask for transformation, but performs transformation daily, quietly, insistently. This return is not nostalgic, it is forward-facing, because the wisdom we need about resilience, design, sustainability may not lie in exported models of digital dashboards. It may lie in how a Tucana woman folds a mat, learn to listen again. Oronit, thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Guya, for that very interesting and captivating presentation, keynote speech on nomadic regenerations, desert worlds beyond development. I heard that I realize he knows more about Turkana nomadic lifestyle than most of us, maybe except Professor Edome. Thank you. We can have 2 questions for Professor Guya. I hope you are still on, so the audience here can ask questions. Even the guys who are online can also ask a question. Is there anybody with a question in the audience, the physical audience? Okay. Anybody online? Kuna swali hapa? Is there a question here? Maybe. Okay, online? Yeah, if there is no question, then can I ask a question?
so that maybe Professor Guya, I know your background is in tourism, so what inspires you to study nomadic regenerations and talk about this, especially about Turkana County, because you have passion about the nomadism here.
Thank you, Professor. Yes, even though it looks like the tourism and nomadic life are just at the opposite poles, actually they are really sharing very much in common at that fundamental level. But both, because of both, represent human mobility. So we can see that modern tourism is a kind of nostalgia to return to our original nomadic life. That's a kind of proposition from which we move from only, let's say, analyzing the world of tourism, particularly from more the global north, to really understand what it is behind human mobilities in general. So after many years working on these issues, having been the privilege to be in Turkana and to sense and feel, not only to know through reading, the idiosyncrasies of nomadic life, really pushed me to learn more, to read more, and to try to theorize more about how different cosmologies, different epistemologies actually are naturally related to different kinds of liveways. So what we are doing with traditional development is just to put one kind of liveway morally superior, we could say, to others that are different or opposite, instead of just trying to engage relationally in trying to co-create with others that don't share our same epistemological ground. So that's basically what it is behind this apparently contradictory, let's say, interest in the worlds of tourism and nomadism. But more and more, all kinds of human mobility in modern times need to be theorized from fundamental, philosophical, common kinds of grounds. And that's why part of my work also is done along these lines. So for me, it was a beautiful opportunity having been invited to this conference, because I could develop a little bit more this line of research. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Guya. Let's appreciate him again. Thank you for that interesting presentation and keynote speech that we have had. I think to take a break.
Let me take this particular opportunity to welcome Dr. Beatrice Oboge to say something. Welcome.
Thank you so much. As we go for tea, first we pray, and then our guests will take the lead, and the rest of us we follow. There is only one serving point, which is at the cafeteria. Dr. Uko is going to lead us there. Thank you so much. Can we pray? Our Father, we thank you because you have blessed us with this particular gathering. Heavenly Father, you have also provided us with tea. As we take it, we pray that you bless it. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Sorry, I'm guided that we are taking the first photo here. Kindly, right here. Yes. Thank you.
Please let us assemble in the main halls before we break away to our relevant rooms. Let us assemble in the main hall before we break to our relevant rooms. That is micro-teaching, lab, boardroom, lecturer's parlor, seminar room. So in the lecturer parlor, we are going to have language and literature presentation. And we have the chair of the session, Dr. Beatrice Mbori. In the main hall, so let us keep time. So those who are outside, let us assemble and we start. So that they can prepare. Kwa wale tuko nje tujongea hapa katika ukumbi mkuu ili tuweze kuanza. In breakaway session, we have the literature. It will be taking place at the lecturer's parlor. The ushers can direct the presenters. Can direct the presenters where these rooms are. In breakaway session, we are going to be in the following rooms. Language and literature will be at lecturer's parlor. And agriculture and cross-cutting issues, it will be here in the main hall. T and II will be in micro-teaching lab, business management and economics, education at the seminar room. The ushers are going to give direction where these rooms. Ushers are going to give direction where these rooms or venue are. education at the seminar room. So let us assemble here before we break away to our venues.
So on you.
So it's a breakaway. So it's a breakaway session. We can go to Eric.
Yeah, good afternoon. Well, can you hear us? I would like to call to make his presentation on cross-cutting issues. Dr. Kennedy Kaunda.
And indigenous knowledge. Are you getting me? Hello?
Yes, Dr. Kennedy Kaunda, you can go on. We are hearing you.
Yes, yes. I'm Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. My co-presenter is Reverend Father Dr. Kizito Mchanga Musambili. And my centers on historical and global discourse, and the African experience reveals adaptation as a social experience. Pre-colonial systems were ecologically sound and inclusive, while the colonial system dismantled them, and the post-colonial governance often produced inequitable models. This study explores how cross-cutting issues like gender, marginalization, and my second objective was to assess the impact of governance
Dr. Kennedy Kaunda. Dr. Kennedy Kaunda.
approach to ensure clarity and relevance. Colonial societies adoptive gender-sensitive systems like rotational farming and communal land stewardship. Finding number 2, colonization destroyed this and introduced land alienation and excluded women from decision-making. Then the third finding in my objective 1 is that independence didn't reverse this centralization, and the structural adjustment programs entrenched inequalities, vulnerability, which stems from long-standing systematic disruptions and not just from the recent climatic shifts. In my second objective, these are the findings, that governance shifted from local to centralized systems underlining community control. The number two, the indigenous laws were criminalized, and post-colonial independent states regimes tried as much as possible to maintain exclusion from the system. Then also my finding number three is that technology access remains unequal, particularly rural farmers who lack climate tools, while the elites benefit. And in finding number three in objective two is that gender and class disparities continue to shape who adopts and how and at what cost. In objective three, most national climate plans remain top-down and historical. Projects
Dr. Kennedy Kaunda, we are losing you again. Do something about your network, please.
I was off air because of network, but my conclusion is that Africa adaptation challenge is not merely technical, but historical. Colonial disruption, patriarchal systems, and post-independence centralization created deep vulnerabilities. Number two, the current effort must address these legacies without social justice and historical grounding. Adoption will remain exclusionary and ineffective. My recommendation is this, that adoption policies must include historical audit, tracing how past injustice shaped current risks, that the indigenous governance and women-led system should be institutionalized in planning. And true resilience lies in hybrid approaches where memory, equity, and innovation align. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kaunda. Can you clap for Dr. Kaunda? Anyone with a question for Dr. Kaunda? From the physical participant first, those you are here physically. Anyone with a question? Okay, we go to online participants, please. Who would like to ask Dr. Kenneth Kaunda a question?
Apologies, participants. We are facing challenges with our link. We are going to share so just hold on for a few minutes. I shall share a new link, then we can join, then we shall be able to continue. Thank you.
Dr. Kennedy Kaunda, are you with us? I think there is a serious challenge with this network. I think I can call the next presenter. If there is no one with any question for Dr. Kennedy Kaunda, I think I can call the next presenter, who is a physical now participant. Clap for Dr. Kennedy Kaunda, please. Let me take this opportunity to call upon Professor Elizabeth Hildebrand to make a presentation for us on understanding the shift from fishing to hunting in the Turkana Basin 5,000 to 4,000 years ago. And she will be focusing on changes in lake levels, environments, mobility, and social organization. Welcome, welcome, Professor Elizabeth.
Thank you so much for that introduction. And I want to thank everybody involved in the conference planning and the logistics and all of this great enterprise that enables us to be here together today. Can you guys hear me okay? Is it okay? Okay. Let's get my slides up and running. So we need to go to the desktop. Okay, we have a technical difficulty. We need to get permission to share slides. So this is going to take a moment. Please be patient. Do it on that one? Can you share? It's on this one. Yeah, it's, this is fine. Just take that one. Yeah, that one. Beautiful. Yep, just double click. We're just hooking up to the internet here. So will this get projected or will it, no internet. We're trying to find an internet connection that's really strong. Okay, should we put, do you have sharing privileges? Yeah, okay. Okay. Just Hildebrand, and either of these, this one is fine. Yeah. Okay. Different one? Okay, yes. And then how do we? project it onto the screen, and that will be shared. Let's use the local projector going out on
Hello, Rubis. Oh, share the link, the new link, eh? Yeah,
and appoint people as co-hosts so that they can share. He needs to appoint the computers as co-hosts so they have sharing privileges.
Yes, I would tell him,
Okay.
Right away.
Okay.
But now, the one that we've been given by TBI has not been able to create breakaway rooms, so we have written another one.
Got it.
Up to now, share. Just want people to present, cannot share.
Please join the meeting using the new link shared on the chat. We're also sending you an email. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, I shared the film because I'm sharing to everyone now.
Technology is a blessing and a curse.
Lot of challenge.
It's hard. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, this is the moment of truth. Yes. Okay. And screen sharing and yeah, how is it projecting? Hang on. Yeah, I have an idea. Can we? Where is the screen share advanced? Yeah. Wait, let me just.
Share the screen.
Let's just put it up.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Let's kindly rejoin.
Recording in progress.
Gentlemen, we sincerely apologize for the mix-up, but we are now okay, and we are ready to proceed. Please confirm. Please confirm if you're able to hear me. Please just write on the chat if you're able to hear me. Please confirm if you're able to hear me. We sincerely apologize for the mix-up. We are going to go into our breakout rooms, and I had mentioned earlier, we have 5 breakout rooms. The first one is called Education and Technology. It will be moderated by Dr. Uko. Second one is Climate, Agriculture and Cross-Cutting Issues. It will be moderated by Dr. Amalwa. The breakout room is Business, Economics, Management and Development Studies, Business, Economics, Management and Development Studies, and Social Work. It will be moderated by Professor Paul Nyamache. Okay.
Shall I go? Shall I go ahead? Okay, if it's all right, it's all right, it's all right, it's all right. Check. Checking again. We're good? Okay. So I want to thank everybody for their patience during these technical times, and let us proceed. So the paper I'm giving is on behalf of my entire research team, a large group of people named over here, from various institutions and various career stages, professors, students, Kenyans, and we try to bring all of our creative and intellectual impulses to this. From fishing economies to herding economies, pastoralism, in the Turkana Basin, which occurred between 5,000 and 4,000 years ago. And this occurred in a context of changing lake levels, changing environments, alterations in human mobility strategies, and also changes in social organization. So that's what the talk is about. Thank you. I'm sure everybody in this room and most of the people in the broader audience already know that environments and circumstances around Lake Turkana are very dynamic. And in recent years, there have been serious issues with droughts and equally serious issues with floods, with rising lake waters inundating communities and forcing people to move. And what is really even more kind of shocking or surprising is that the droughts and the floods are occurring at the same time. And so, you know, this is something that is a huge challenge. And, you know, rebuild their lives and find a new way forward. You know, we are not development officers, we don't run NGOs, and we have to look beyond the emergency headlines of today. But we think it's valuable for everybody to do that and consider short-term, intermediate-term, and long-term responses to major challenges, and also to consider the past, the present, and the future. So my team's job is to ask the question, how did people living around Lake Turkana in ancient times handle the sorts of challenges that we know of from today? So we use archaeological and paleo-environmental studies to answer that question and hopefully provide some long-term perspectives on some of the dilemmas that exist today. So what I'm going to do is zoom out and talk about a much larger part of Africa and a much larger time slice from 8,000 to 2,000 years ago and all across northern and eastern Africa to give some perspective. And then we'll zoom into Turkana. So this map here is a map of what we call, these pastoral economies were spreading across the area that is now the Sahara. But it wasn't a desert then. It was a lush grassland with many waterways. So by 7,000 to 6,000 years ago, there were pastoral economies all over that northern orange blob. After 6,000 years ago, the African humid period started to weaken, and the Sahara was the first area that started to really dry in a way that herding became no longer possible, and pastoralists moved south and encountered other people. Here we have from 5,000 to 4,000 years ago, the Ethiopian Rift and Highlands area. But by 5,000 years ago, herding was beginning in this region that's home to so many people. And then from 3,000 to 2,000 years ago, herding continued to spread through Tanzania and on down to southern Africa. Now, a number of interesting things happened as part of this process of pastoral spread. Everywhere you see pastoralists move in, or people converting from hunting and gathering, or people converting from hunting and gathering to pastoralism, new disease challenges, just a new landscape to get to know. So groups would have had to cope with that. In other cases, hunter-gatherers may have adopted the practice of pastoralism. And in that case, they would have to be learning about livestock and how to handle goats and sheep and where to take them. And they would be having to alter all of their labor organization and mobility to accommodate this new economic resource. So no matter how you tell this story, it would have been a story of organizational upheaval and social reorganization, economic. A lot of creativity to make this work. If it had failed, herding would not have continued to spread south to the, and here the story is very interesting because the lake level curves vegetation curves do not show much change until almost 1,000 years later. So, almost 1,000 years later. So, it's a very complex system on Lake Turkana. So, very complex system on Lake Turkana. So, I'll take you back. There are multiple occupation sites there that people created between 11,000 sophisticated stone tools. They made these barb bone points which they could use for fishing and hunting aquatic prey. They could use for fishing and hunting aquatic prey like crocodiles or hippos. And they also had a connections to people in the Sahara and the Sahel. Salvage those remains and make sure that they are with stone circles, with giant rock piles. These exist in at least seven locations around Lake Turkana, and they contain burials where the humans have ornaments like ostrich eggshell and colorful beads. But beyond burying people there, we think these sites were places where people came together, congregated, exchanged information, had rituals together. And they all have dates at roughly the same time, suggesting that there was a vast cultural connection all around the lake, with people communicating with each other and trying to cope with the shrinking lake. It's not visible on this slide, but there's a bigger blue blob that shows where the lake was and how it shrunk to the present size, and how this occurred right in the time that the pillar sites were being built and used. Here are a few of the finds from pillar sites that show what creative people early pastoralists were, taking locally available materials that are not valuable, but fashioning them into beautiful objects that showed off their personal style. Same, so there's a lot of differences, and we're trying to understand. And the other thing is we go beyond the pillar sites to talk about some of those efforts have been directed around Nakoperit on the south edge of the Turkwell. And this is work that the Turkana is actually doing her master's thesis on the archaeology of some of these sites. Kenya's earliest pastoralists and the fisher hunter-gatherers before them faced a lot of environmental surveillance with today. And their responses were fixed points in a landscape that was changing all around, identity that was shared, and a social network that helped them through maintaining their individual expression. And since for us in current times, droughts, floods, and unpredictability around Lake Turkana have been going on for thousands of years. And people have always been with us in one shape or another and are always going to be around. So the real measure, and the ancient pastoralists around Lake Turkana really knew what they were doing. So there are many for being here and being such a receptive community for us to have the. Thank you.
Presentation. Clap for our once again. I now next chair. Oh, sorry. I will to ask Professor Elizabeth any questions or raise any concerns, whoever might be happy to. Well,
Chair.
Hatuna voting. Hatuna voting kwa hii project.
The
Laptop is maximum.
yes, then also, Chair, you can.
No, we're using the projector.
even during the African humid period. So those fishers, they had to be ready for that. And so then when herding came in and the lake took a steep drop, that was another big adaptation, both to the herding and to the great recession of the lake. So we really have to respect these ancient people because they coped with difficulties equal to today, and somehow they found a way through.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you can also raise a question. Please hand over the mic to him.
Yeah, okay. I am John Ebei. Since from the start of the discussion up to the last, we've talked about the concurrence of droughts and floods within the lake. Now my question is, what locally adaptable strategies do you recommend, did the study recommend for safeguarding pastoralist water sources and also grazing areas? But now that there's a shift from fishing to herding, what strategies now do the study recommend for protection or existence of the water sources for the herders and also the grazing areas? Thanks.
Thank you very much. And that is a wonderful question. I think it is beyond the limits of what we have data for. So we are starting to understand, we are just trying to start to understand mobility of people and livestock. So there is one chemical element, strontium, that has isotopic signatures that vary from area to area. So we are starting to look at that in remains of the ancient people, and also if we can get remains of livestock that are well enough preserved, we might be able to trace some livestock movements. So that work is just beginning. So one thing that Dr. Annika Janssen and Dr. Kendra Kritz are doing is they're making what's called a strontium isoscape. They're sampling strontium all across the landscape around Turkana so that we can see what signatures belong to what places. And then if we have enough bones to look at, we can see how much people were traveling and where they were taking their flocks and how mobile they were. But this is something that we want to know about, and we're working on it, but it's a very, very difficult thing to get certain on. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. I like your presentation. My question is on the shift on the population from the time of your study up to where currently you are focusing on. So what was the population then, and in terms of in that demographics, do we see any change in terms of shift in their livelihoods?
Another good question that I work at, so at one of the pillar sites, we've done a very limited excavation that yielded a certain number of people in a certain 500 people, and maybe as many as 1,000 people were buried at some calculations. And the other difficulty about that is people, we have dates, but again,
I'm here to present a paper entitled Assessment of Thermodynamic Properties of Pressurized Hydrate Superconductors Due to Collective Excitation of Cooper Pairs. My co-authors are actually who are also my supervisors are Dr. Naktari, Michael Waso, and Dr. Abel Mkubwa Wamalwa. So this is the outline that I'll use, and because of the short time I've been given, I'll not read through. Now, on the background information is that what are superconductors? Superconductors are materials that can conduct electricity. In short, I can say is the material that can conduct electricity with zero resistance. This phenomenon was actually identified in 1911 by somebody called Ones. Is the one who first identified that a material, for example, mercury or lead, can conduct electricity with very minimal resistance, close to zero. But this only happens when the material is actually cooled to temperatures closer to absolute zero. So now, at that time, the Ones could not explain exactly what led to this. In 1957, Aberdeen et al., they came up with nation, and that is what we call the BCS theory. They tried to explain what would be the cause of this a material conducting without resistance. Now, however, this Aberdeen, the BCS theory, in short, they could only explain conductivity of to zero resistance up to a temperature of around 30 Kelvin. Now, after that, other materials were identified.
Sorry for interrupting you, Wanachachi. Your slides are not moving.
I'm still on this third slide.
That is okay.
Yes. So I'm just giving a background information. So I'm saying this BCS theory that was trying to explain superconductivity could only do so for materials that were conducting below a temperature of 30 Kelvin. But by then, other scholars were already coming up with materials that could superconduct electricity above 30 Kelvin. So the BCS theory could not explain that. And this is what we call the dilemma of HTS, high temperature superconductivity. And some of the materials that were showing conductivity above 30 Kelvin are what we call hydrides. These are materials that are containing hydrogen. Now, came to a time in around 2004 when another scholar called Ashcroft is the one who came and explained and gave a hint that materials that can conduct electricity above 30 Kelvin, examples being hydrides, actually they can be explained. But now the explanation is what is still happening up to today. And this is the basis of my research, that we are trying to explain what would be the cause of superconductivity in hydrides. Hydrides are those materials that have a lot of hydrogen atoms in them. And it only does that under high pressure. Now, what is the main cause of this? Now, the experimental data that are available shows that this only happens under too much pressure, or what we call immense pressure. Superconductivity in hydrides can only happen at pressures that are almost closer to the pressure at the middle of the center of the Earth. That is in the tunes of 50 gigapascals to 360 gigapascals. This is not achievable in a lab, especially in our country, but some labs have been able to do that. So my research is to try and is a theoretical research. I'm trying to explain or give an explanation of what pressure does to these materials so that they end up doing this, what we are calling superconductivity. In this case, what are we doing? We are trying to give an understanding of what causes or what does pressure do to the pairing mechanisms in these pressurized hydrides. Because with all understanding, it will help us in fabricating of other materials that will require very minimum energy and also require less, or rather provide less or little losses of energy when we are operating. I'll give an explanation later on here. Now, the main objective is to determine the thermodynamic properties of pressurized hydride superconductors due to what we call collective excitation. Now, the specific objective of my study is that we first determine the energy of a given material, and we are specifically taking a material we are calling sulfur hydride and then lanthanum hydride. These are examples of promising materials that are being studied, Then after I get the energy, we obtain the entropy, and then we determine the pressure effects after that. Now, why all these? You realize that these materials can be applied in transmission of electricity because, like, for example, in Kenya, our country requires around 12,000, or rather, we are able to produce around 12,000 gigawatts hour of electricity in a year, but we lose a lot of it, around 2,000 to 2,600 gigawatts, due to transmission losses. Now, if we can find materials that can reduce resistance, we can be able to reduce a lot of power losses, because we have a deficit of electricity, or rather electrical energy, but we are losing a lot due to copper losses, or a loss due to resistance. Can we find a way? And this is one of the things that we can get these materials, fabricate them, and then we can use in power transmission. And also another material, or rather another instrument that uses these superconductors are MRI machines, which are very expensive in running. If you've ever gone to an MRI room where we have a magnetic resonance imaging machine, you'll realize that the room is very cold, because they have to cool these materials to conduct electricity around 269 Kelvin, which is almost absolute zero. You realize that a lot of electricity is required, and a lot of strong magnets that are used are superconductors. So this can help in making MRI machines to be much cheaper, if at all we are able to become successful in explaining how they work. So I focus mainly on a theoretical formulation, and I focused on what we call the BVT formalism, Bogolkov-Balatin transformation, which is a mathematical tool that I used to try and come up with the energy. On this, how do I go about it? Well, in the literature review, I'll not go through that, because I touched on it when I was looking at the background information. I'll go straight to how I do it, or how I was able to do it. Now, when in the methodology, we first of all formulated the Hamiltonian of the energy, or rather the Hamiltonian of the system. That means the total energy, both the kinetic and potential energy. Once we get the energy, this energy, we can now derive the entropy and other properties like specific heat, which are thermodynamic properties. From all these, we can now ascertain or assess how pressure can affect this energy. And for getting once I do that, once I get the energy, in this case, you can see that we have energy of the system, which is actually, we take the number of particles in any material or superconductor, we multiply by the energy at rest, or what we call the energy at ground state. Once we do that, we can get the total energy of the system. And then from here, from the energy, we can get the specific heat, and then from the specific heat, we can get the entropy, which are thermodynamic properties for my studies. And then now, because I'm doing a theoretical study, I had to do a theoretical derivation so that I obtain the energy of the system. And that equation first there, I get the energy H is equal to H0 plus H1. Then, so the left-hand part on our equation 1.1, the one I pointed there, I'm actually the left-hand part, if you can follow my cursor, this part I'm highlighting, sorry, just a minute. Yeah, on the equation 1.0, the left one, the first term and the second term are kinetic energy, and then the third term is potential energy of the system. So from this, I come up with an assumption that Cooper pairs, actually, maybe I didn't explain exactly. Cooper pairs is just a pair of electrons which are in form of a boson, what we call a boson. They pair up and become like a particle. But however, in quantum mechanics, we find that this Cooper pair is actually behaving like a wave. So now, not unlike the BCS theory, which assumed particle nature of the Cooper pair, I am trying to assume that the Cooper pair is it's a dual particle or a quasi-particle. So I will treat it using the Bogolkov-Balatin transformation, which tries to explain in form of wave duality. So we derive that to get equation 1.1, and then is a continuation. Now here we are using what we call Bogoli bonds. We change the Cooper pair from being a particle to being now a wave. And this is what we are doing in equation 1.2. And then from here now, I am going the normal algebra, but of course, following the rules of commutation to get equation 1.4. And then now after that, I will end up, if I derive all that, I end up with the last equation, which is energy. So this equation E is equals to E naught exponential delta E over KBT, where that last term, that exponential term, is what we call the activation factor. Now from this energy, I am able to get the entropy, because from energy you can get specific heat, and from specific heat you can get the entropy. And that's the next equation there. Then for pressure effects, because if you check my title, for pressure effects, when you apply pressure on any chemical material, I used what you call the Birchman-Nagan equation of state, which is now that equation in terms of pressure. The same equation can be expressed in terms of energy. So the top equation is in form of pressure. The second equation is in terms of energy. And now, because my study is theoretical, I go and take an experimental, I take to ascertain my equation of energy, because you see from the equation of energy, I'm able to get the equation on entropy and pressure. So I now test my equations that I've derived, but now using one experimental study, and the experiment, that's the table, and then another experimental, which is computational. So my study is theoretical. I now test my equations using experimental data, which has been done, and then another study by a computational method. So using these two, I now substitute in my equation. And then if I do that, you realize now in the next slide here, I substitute those experimental values and computational values for both sulfur hydride and lanthanum hydride. Then I get the two equations, one for pressure and one for energy. You can see this one is for pressure. Using the experimental data, I feed in my equation. The next one is energy. I feed in the equation. And then from there, I get now the results. Now, shortly, the first here, these are for, on the left-hand side is sulfur hydride. On the right-hand side is the lanthanum hydride. So this actually, for my equation to be true, these graphs are supposed to be what we call sigmoid, but they are not taking the real shape of sigmoid. Whatever you are seeing there is the energy is 94.3 million.
Presence, the time of occupation, which is 4,000 and 5,000, means that this site was occupied by the pastoral, Neolithic, and Iron Age people. The technology, which is like the bladelets technology, means that it's mostly associated with the pastoralist, and also like the Nerite pottery is also associated with the pastoralist. The kind of occupation we have at Nakoperit is short-term habitation, because we don't have so much materials, And the dates are not, they don't have so much difference. So it means that people were living, it was like a campsite, so like they would camp there on their way to finding their feeding areas. To summarize, for Nakwaperit are mid-Holocene dates. The technology, economic technologies means that they are pastoral people at the site. Also, in conclusion, Nakwaperit is a mid-Holocene site, and the lithic and occupation, but it's an important comparison to Dangodian because Dangodian is all the challenges that pastoralists face. As pastoralists, pastoralists also still had climate change, but they developed
bit home refers to a wicked family man. This is constructed with the use of this. The word Kalameni in the home context is also used to refer to a man that is regarded as a bastard. In the same way, to connote a married man in the home context. So we can look at this and then you refer that from different environment. Episodes from businesses, context, and of interaction. Then Moheti Kimada, which was mean young girl. Karanga, meaning groundnuts. Songo, Charlie, or a boyfriend. Kuonja asali, or a sexual affair. Ulikuwa chips punga tu, you are unworthy. Amemtema mpenzi, rejected the lover. Polo, referring to bastard or even drunkard. Mdosi will refer to employing to old man. Anaingizwa baridi, meaning he is feared. Demu, meaning girlfriend. Employee. Kumezea mate, meaning for lust for love. Tongues lie win. Crush wake, referring Kalameni, referring to unwise man, referring to bastard. Idosho, referring Watishia, referring to they threaten. Wasiri, referring to reveal secrets. Words such like songo, chips funga, and bossy, which had meanings pragmatically applying in a business setting. For instance, songo is used to refer to a rich person, but in this context, one who is financially endowed. In other contexts, the same word is used to mean a person in charge of the boss. In the same context again, the word boss in the business setting is used to portray a man with great financial influence or ability. However, the same word generally means an employer or a leader in a particular situation. Then we had episode from urban social life. In the episodes from urban social life, the study identified words such as mzinga, which means lover, kilingeni, discreet place, kipusa, meaning prostitute, asali ya wizi, meaning illicit love affair, kalameni, referring to bastard, dogondogo inje, small mistresses, Buddha, an old man, meaning docile, polo, single lady, or a mistress. Idosho, referring to a beautiful lady, something like weird man, akibonga as he spoke to, ex-wake, former girlfriend, sponsor meaning context, are used with a varied sense. For instance, in excess in the place of sponsor, which refer to a well-to. Then we have episodes from context and funeral gatherings. The study revealed that although there were some words used in episodes, generate man's, layman, altari for the altar, altarini inside the altar, polo for unmarried man, church, bro for male friend, chapo ingine, additional, then common in the religious and funeral context. In particular, it was like Kalameni,
Jotham, try to move faster. You have
The next slide, which is now summary of the discussion, we sample out some of the lexemes like polo, husband or infanticide, and then boyfriend. Jombi was having varieties of meaning. Superstitious man, and then sly man. Kidosho, meant lady, single mother, single young lady. Then Kipusa also meant beautiful lady, referred to as sly man and wise man, bastard, sly husband, and then drunkard. A specific lexeme can derive different multiple meanings depending on the contextual use. Standard Swahili speakers may perceive this as a structural or semantic distortion, but Sheng speakers can easily attach the relevant inferred meaning, thus maintain the direction of their conversation. Excerpts in this paper have demonstrated that how lexemes in the dondoo za hapa na pale continue to draw various meanings. Mwimba and Kihara 2022 noted a clear distinction boundary must be enhanced so that the Sheng can be used alongside other standard languages, especially in non-official context. Dismissing it altogether is futile since its popularity has gained significant influence among users. It should also be noted that perhaps the columnists of the dondoo za hapa na pale may have deliberately avoided indulge more into the use of Sheng to reflect on the corresponding level of its usage in contemporary society. The society should strive to embrace the use of Sheng to an acceptable level, the same way local and indigenous languages have been accepted. This is largely because of criticism from the Standard Swahili scholars and enthusiasts who have not succeeded in guarding Standard Swahili and English from Sheng influence. Then recommendation, further studies can be carried out to quantify Sheng lexemes in other domains. There is high likelihood that impact of Sheng to non-formal spheres of life, like music and entertainment, could be more than the 9.7% arrived at in this study. More research can still be done on English newspapers, especially Daily Nation and the East African Standard, to assess its influence. This is because influence of Sheng is on both English and Swahili languages. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That was that was really interesting and wonderful. When you
I'm sorry for taking a lot of time, sir. Thank you.
No, it's okay. It's quite interesting.
So as to obtain a sample of 300 respondents from a total population of 3,002 agribusiness borrowers in the 11 branches of Mount Kenya region. And then descriptive research design was used, and primary data was collected using structure and questionnaire. And the analysis was done using SPSS version 27. The econometric models, which was used was binary logistic regression. Let's look at the results which were found. There are 4 indicators of the interventions of borrower interventions. One of the indicators is agricultural enterprise diversification. How diversified are the borrowers' farming methods? Then the other one is the purposed project implementation. When they are given agricultural funding, do they implement the projects which are purposed to be implemented? And then the size allocative efficiency in projects. Data is the land use dynamics. How is land used for %? And we can look at their marginal derivatives, or as you can see, for agricultural enterprise diversification, 0.4%. Also, for land size allocative efficiency, the marginal derivative is negative 6.3. So what these negatives are telling us is that by borrowers, when borrowers intensify resource management strategies. They increase the resource management strategies by 1%. It means that loan default is going to reduce. For agricultural enterprise diversification, it will reduce by 4%. And for land size allocative efficiency, loan default will reduce by 6.3. For the other two indicators, that is project implementation and then the land use dynamics, the marginal derivatives show that a unit decrease in land consolidation. That means people are going to other things like land fragmentation and those mismanagement of land. There is going to be an increase in default by 1.9. When we look at and
all that, if we're using question marks or whatever we are using, that can be able to indicate to us the tone of communication. And you're arguing that communications at the university or other institution of higher learning can be in form of letters, emails, memos, and most recently in WhatsApp messages. Why? Because technology is here with us and we cannot run away from it. And we are finding that given the technological platforms that we have, we are able to pass information quickly and it reaches a larger audience. And so communication at in different organizations has now adopted the use of WhatsApp messages, WhatsApp platforms. We can even realize that in this conference, we really got a lot of communication through the WhatsApp platform as opposed to our emails, as opposed to the posters, as opposed to phone calls or SMSs. So WhatsApp, as an advent of technology, is catching up and it's really becoming rampant for us to be able to use to communicate. And leaders at the university have created these platforms. You'll find a departmental WhatsApp platform, a school WhatsApp platform, or maybe the academic staff WhatsApp platform, and all that, the dean's platform, Senate platforms, and all that, and where they pass all this information. So then how do we get to do this? Because we are saying we are employing the tone of voice. And the tone of voice is important in communication because it can enable us to convey emotions. It can help us to clarify intentions. It can help us to influence relationships. It can help us to improve communication effectiveness. And most importantly, to resolve conflicts. But how the tone of voice you use can escalate any of these factors in the opposite. Because in resolving conflicts, actually want to resolve conflicts and then have a peaceful environment of work, but the tone of voice you use can actually present the same, where instead of it resolving a conflict, it actually escalates it. In improving communication effectiveness, the tone of voice we use, instead of improving, may actually go the opposite side, in which case now the tone of voice we use may lead to ineffectiveness in communication. It may destroy relationships. It may actually bring in, instead of clarifying intentions, it may make them worse and people start wondering, what exactly is this? But definitely, whichever direction it goes, it will convey information. So that's why it's very important for us to consider that. Then when we look at the tones of voice, I can put them broadly into three: either formal, informal, authoritative, and I'll stroke authoritative with maybe approachable. So is it stamping authority? Is it though stamping authority and formal, but it is at least in an approachable way? Is it formal? Is it informal? And then as the discussion goes, you'll realize that predominantly, because this is a work formal context, they will be predominantly formal. But let's then see how it goes. So the study employed Moran 2016 tone of voice dimension, which puts 4 tones of voice on a scale. So we have formal versus casual, and somebody's message can lie between between any of the calibrations on this scale, depending on how it is used. So it can be extremely to the formal, extremely to the casual, in between towards the casual or towards the formal. Then we have the serious versus funny, respectful versus irreverent, a matter of fact versus enthusiastic. And we'll see how this works out in the tones of voice that we can have. And then from those four dimensions, we can actually come about or establish a number of nuances, like it can be informative, humorous, respectful, straightforward, casual, friendly, professional, optimistic, empathetic, confident. Somebody can adopt a questioning tone, a joyful tone, an assertive tone, a passive tone, at times aggressive tones and trendy tones. These are not, it's not a complete list, but these are the main ones that actually can come up. There are others that can come up, but this would be important for our purposes. So what methodology did we use? Of course, it's based on a descriptive analytical design.
Professor, please summarize. You have run out of time.
Oh my goodness. Okay, fine. So we selected, sampled out 15 WhatsApp messages, randomly selected from communication by heads of departments, deans, schools, directors, deputy vice chancellors, and so forth. And then analyze them contextually, expressing authority. They experienced formal commands, direct. They were very direct. They were confident. They were deliberate. 6, expressed approachability and maybe indicating some sort of a collaborative stance. And
funds. And
encapsulated both authority and approachability. I'll just give examples of the messages. Like these two are more of authority. So somebody saying bluntly, dear colleagues, throughout the exam period, members of the school academic staff, no member of the school academic staff is on leave. And those currently on leave are immediately recalled with immediate effect. You see the bolded words, they are very straightforward, they are very, I could say more of confrontational and so forth, and very direct and thumping authority. And you have no room to actually, like maybe defend yourself or say some things like what I've. The next one, communication from above. There's a colon, you see? So this one is, what I'm going to give is not from me, it's a direct order and it's a directive from above that all members of the department to turn up. Remark the word of to turn up. Not that should, you see? So it's like you have to. It's no question about that. And that is also more direct, camping authority and so forth. And then when you look at these, those are actually saying, and the use of the active voice, but then this message turns out to be a little bit aggressive and not encouraging. Why? Because people will want to start defending themselves. And when they defend themselves, then it doesn't actually, it's not supportive in encouraging action. Somebody may actually decide to do the opposite, in which case this is hindering effective communication. Then I'll give some examples of approachability. So colleagues, this is to inform you, they are being informed and they are required, or they're being requested to attend this kind of workshop. And they're told their participation is important. So looking at that is more of, though it is formal and putting some authority, a little bit of, it is a bit welcoming and approachable. It soothes a little bit the receiver, and then that can enable them to act. Dear colleagues, I'm sharing with you a document for your input, and then as this person says, many eyes are better, then say, I'm looking forward to learning from you. So if somebody uses words like this, then this is more of approachable, it's more of optimistic, it's more of, bringing you closer and enticing you to act. Then look at this one. Is it possible, though it is questioning, but is it possible, the use of the word, is it possible that we discuss? Not that we should discuss, or we must discuss, or can we discuss? Is it possible? And then somebody will say, okay, there's a possibility, and then maybe this can. So these are just 3 of the messages sampled out that were more approachable as opposed to authority. But let's look at this one, which now has both authority and approachability. And it also has some humor. Like somebody says, good jumbo. Colleagues, instead of good mornings. This now brings a little bit of humorous, a little bit of funny. But now listen to the next one. I trust we are all aware. Sadly, sadly, it's like now somebody's bringing in a point. He has already eased you a little bit by bringing in Kujambo and then asking how you are. But now he's now bringing the point authoritatively. Sadly,
this is another time check, Professor.
And then he said, I want to continue. We shall get, okay, fine. The point here is that are requested to attend. And then you look at it more straight, authoritative, straightforward, friendly, optimistic. It's also inspirational, but respectful and confident with a little bit of humor. So then what are the takeaways? To realize that our communication, though written, actually encompasses tone of voice or a tone. And we need to be very conscious about how we send out the message, the words we choose, how we punctuate it for us to be able to present the correct tone that will enable influence the staff we govern to be able to act in the direction we want to act for us to be able to achieve our mission. Thank you. Sorry for taking a lot of time.
The presentation has been very entertaining. I have been a recipient of several official communications where the tone has not been very friendly. So this has also awakened I'm supposed to be aware of the tone of communication, especially in written communication. So there are two questions for you. One is on the chat, and the other one.
Okay.
There is
Professor.
another question.
Yes.
Yes, Professor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. And actually, it is very informative. What I want to know is that, like you are talking about tone, and like in the spoken discourse,
yes,
it is much more pronounced than when it is written.
Yes.
Just like when we use the intonation patterns in spoken, it will be much louder than when it is written. I believe it is so. Now, how are we going to make the written form of communication to show that actually there is a lot of emphasis on something that is being spoken about? And
yes,
I was looking at the context in most of the memos that all students are supposed to vacate their hostels by 4 p.m. That has been a common phrase that is used by the university. How do we categorize that form of phrase? Thank you.
Should I go or I wait for another question, Chair?
I think I can add one more.
Okay, somebody wants to add one more, please.
Yes, thank you, Professor, for the presentation. This is the question now. The place of official communication through memos that are shared through WhatsApp, followed by informal emphasis on the memo. How do you place that in terms of intonation? Perhaps the tone in the official communication, the memo is okay, but now the followed words, the emphasis, the tone is different. So how do you place that? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. please take 1 minute in making all the responses. You can further explain on the chat.
So let me begin with the first question. spoken and written, and that's actually what I said from the beginning, that it's very easy to discern the tone of voice in spoken discourse, because you'll read the stress, you'll read the tone, we'll read the intonation and all that. But in written communication, it's not that direct. But then how do we get to discern that? We look at the choice of the words. So because if I say, you must, and you should, you know that the use of must, which is a strong modal auxiliary as opposed to should, then you realize that the forcefulness in must is not as seen in the forcefulness that you actually find in should. So the choice of words, even our punctuation. You see, somebody's also trying to use the question marks, like questioning. Of course, with the question mark, then this shows the intonation. Exclamation marks would actually show the intonation in writing. But predominantly, we are looking at the punctuation, we are looking at the sentence structure, we are looking at the choice of words that you're using and the weight that these words have in terms of their linguistic, the linguistic packaging. And then you asked about all students are supposed to vacate. This is a little bit polite, and I'm marking the word supposed. As opposed, all students must vacate. Using must, that is like an order. It is a strong one, and it's like you have no other choice. But supposed, in as much as it's communicating the same information, it is actually a little bit softer, and the person receiving this information, you'll realize that they are now able to look at it and they're like, it's a little bit soft on us, you see.
If we just then you don't I don't know whether I can answer your question or not. Very good. Just want to ask the operation of the data using the India and African system. People use the form of to demonstrate how knowledge and skills that we're using without doing the form of education. Maybe what I
be seen as a little bit of informal, just as Lucille is putting it, as opposed to the memo itself, because the memo has been clearly written with clear sentence structure. But WhatsApp messages, you are able to use your freedom to do this. So for the 15 messages we analyzed were basically and entirely WhatsApp. But still, in as much as they're looking informal, when you look at it, this is a formal context. So the language that is being used is not the language that you'll actually use with a friend on WhatsApp or something like that. And this is now where you realize that the tones are coming out very clearly, and they're affecting how the communication is being picked up. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Asante sana. Yes, we have thoroughly enjoyed your presentation. Us thinking about how we should communicate officially, because the tone comes out even in written communication. For the online presenters, I'd like you to react to her presentation by either clapping or sending a heart or congratulations, because we didn't do that for the first presenter, but it is good to appreciate presenters. So let us please clap for her online.
Yes, this is for all, Chair.
Okay, for all the two.
Yes.
So we are going to have the third presenter. We are going to have the third presenter, who is Dr. Lucy. Please confirm your readiness, Daktari.
I'll be presenting on the determinants of land.
Yes.
Okay, sorry for that. I'll be presenting on the determinants of land acquisition activities on the livelihoods of people living around Lokchar Basin. Lokchar Basin is an area within where we have all the exploration in Lokichar, areas of Amosi, Koso 1, Gamia 1, and all that. So my presentation will be slided into the introduction there and that layout. So basically, when we talk about all explorations, main aim is to meet the global energy which is required within the areas. Globally, oil activities have culminated into so many important and positive outcomes, but with also some land degradation issues like soil contamination as witnessed in Iraq, biodiversification in Nigeria, and also deforestation in multiple areas where we have oil exploration. In Africa, specifically in Nigeria, Niger Delta, we've experienced issues to do with oil spillage and gas flarings that affect the ecosystems, agriculture, and water, and including the health of the people are beating within the areas we have exploration wells. In Kenya, and specifically Lokichar Basin, we've witnessed issues to do with land acquisition, complaints about compensation, and conflict in terms of resource sharing. The methodology for this study, this study utilized a cross-sectional study design that also uses both qualitative and quantitatives. And the study is within Lokichar, the areas I've mentioned of Amosi, Gamia 1, Agete, Etuko, and all those areas where these are villages that are adjacent to the wells, where we have exploration happening. The target population includes the households head, kraal elders, school heads to ascertain the education, what happens after exploration, what is the improvement or the status of education levels, community health promoters in terms of health, and also local administration in terms of how the administration and involvement of community. Sampling procedure, the study utilized both the random and stratified, and a total population of 360 participants for this study. In terms of the results or the analysis for this study, almost 80% of the participants agree that oil exploration comes along with displacement of pastoralists within the areas that are undertaking exploration. And about 79% also agree exploration well drilling can have a negative impact to the ecosystem and also the environment which land is. We also have how let's say government policies on land on exploration affect how decisions are being made. Just to go to the results, as I had mentioned, 94% believe that oil exploration displaces pastoralists within their areas where they normally reside. And there is 100% agreement that exploratory drilling negatively impacts land quality in terms of the ecosystem, in terms of agriculture, in terms of grazing routes for the pastoralists. 84% agree that land exploration is essential to sustainable. That is a positive juncture that despite all those challenges, this exploration is also essential for sustainable development. And 71% believe resettlement affects cultural beliefs because of the influx of so many community members coming for the works that are happening in the as I mentioned, the government policies also that regulates how oil exploration is being done. You can see from the analysis that almost 70% agree that the government policies on land acquisition of oil exploration activities in Lokichar are fair. And there's also some those who disagree with that, about 30%, that those, though a majority say that the government policies are fair, but there's also a percentage that disagree with that. And also about 50% agree that the government provides adequate compensation to local communities. Disagree is almost again 50-50 for that. Just to see a summary of the finding, 79% feel that communities are not adequately consulted. In terms of community participation in decision making, 70% feel like they are not being adequately consulted in terms of how communities are being compensated. 94% agree local communities are involved in land-related, they are involved. The involvement, but in terms of when the decision are arrived at, they are not involved. And 94.7% say policies are fair and transparent, as I mentioned, but opinion vary in terms of those fairness. To summarize the findings and conclusion, land degradation ecosystem disrupt and pollution as major concern. Pollution in terms of land use is a major concern to those communities and the respondents. Strong agreements at the end needs to strengthen environmental safeguards in terms of how that environment, where the data is being put and the chemicals used for exploration. While oil development is seen as important economic growth, respondents emphasize the need for balanced sustainability in terms of the projects being undertaken within the areas. Many believe compensation and community involvement remains inadequate despite claims of fairness. Despite we have a lot of fairness in how they approach the community, but now what is there is the compensation, because up to now, there are some who never realize that. Recommendation, oil companies must prioritize fair and timely land compensation process guided by transparent valuation and legal clarity, so that everyone understands from the start up to the end, what is the process looking like? Dialogue to communities and also a discussion of where do they, after now these areas been allocated for oil operation, where will now these communities, pastoral communities be grazing? And because there are so much of restriction as mentioned by participants of how communities are restricted to reach some areas. Stakeholder engagement, because the respondents also mentioned the fact that in many studies, you realize that the complaint is that we are not, the educated and are not involved. But in this study, the most complaint comes from the educated one. Goes to the people around the habiting villages exploration site, but now leaving the elite. So the elites are now asking questions. They are not involved within the decision-making table. And also the recommendation on CSR projects that are sustainable. End of my presentation. Ejognoi.
Caution on the matter. The emissions you feel
I'm told there's no question online. So thank you so much, John. You can take your seat. I would like now to invite one more presentation. John, are you there? Professor Juan, online?
Yes, we are ready.
Uh, 6.7. So the variations in class enrollment. So this is also mega, though is also a factor, but there are other factors, just as I've indicated, that could have also contributed, which we also saw in the qualitative perspective as indicated by the sub-county directors. Yeah, moving a bit faster. And the qualitative perspective, you see there corroborated that pupils followed their parents to pasture lands. So you can see it corroborates with the findings there that it's not only distance that hinder the students from going to school, but following even the parents, which was indicated to be a major issue among the pastoralist communities. Yeah, when we looked at distance and absenteeism, you find that it contributed significantly. Look at R-square, 59.6%, and look at the relationship. It's a strong relationship between distance there, which now also contradicts enrollment. But when you look at there is an average. There is 59.7. That's average. What contribution of distance to absenteeism? So some indicated that they were absent because of this.
Okay, please finish. Please finish in the next minute. Still, we are not getting your voice anymore.
The sub indicated that that provision for adequate school meals could be a factor that could be used to upscale inclusive education, because some students couldn't be trapped with meals so that they learn. So as they are trapped, they are learning. Of major importance was also use of mobile schools. They indicated that the mobile schools that were earlier on introduced but today have collapsed, and they were dwindling even by then, could be reintroduced in a more harnessed strategy so that they could be following the pastoral families to the pasture lands, the pasture routes. Yeah, and of other importance were sensitizing parents on importance of education by the local beneficiaries of education. But the locals among the pastoralists who have benefited from education should go back. And they were indicating that perhaps the voices of the educated locals could help draw the pastoralists to learning when they are seeing the benefits from their own. Implant more schools also to reduce distance covered by students, although the population is sparsely distributed, that could hinder planting schools for everyone. And use of technology in learning within the mobile schools, maybe adopting the solar system and then using the technology there with such energy could also help expose the learners to modern world of living for motivation. And
Daktari, we are beyond our time limit.
I'm almost done, please. Almost done. And then finally, barriers to inclusive education that the principals indicated were the early pregnancies, migratory nature of the pastoralist families, distance to school, drugs and substance abuse was something that was introduced as also a real major hindrance. Of course, learner absenteeism related to the points as discussed above. So when, let me go straight to conclusion. the region is still lacking inaccessible infrastructure, and which could enhance inclusion, as we have seen. And the community has not yet fully embraced education. Learners still go long distances, and there is also severe teacher shortages that could as well lead to learner laxity to attend to school. Recommendations is integrate technology within the mobile schools, and even use simulated approaches to modern life so that they could be motivated to learning to achieve those kind of lives. Also increase number of low-cost boarding schools so that the children, after multi-grading in the mobile schools, they could now be absorbed in higher grades in the low-cost boarding schools, which were indicated to be very few. The curriculum also to be tailored to incorporate modern pastoralism in order to for additional perhaps mandatory subject that could attract.
Doctor, we are going to be logged out at exactly 3 p.m.
Something related to
less than a minute.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Okay,
Any question?
Thank you. Would anybody have a question, Dr.
Okay. Dr. Lucy, thank you very much for your presentation on inclusive and equity in education. Okay, there are some issues here that maybe some of them maybe we are making recommendations, or maybe we are trying to bring them out so that actually the nature of inclusivity is put into know-how. Okay. You know, a place like Kibish, when you go to some schools, the issue of gender, of which maybe you talked about as part, we know that we have male and female teachers, and you realize that, okay, recently in some data that maybe I was looking at, you realize that we have very many male teachers than the female. Now, how I wish that maybe it would have been a recommendation that even the female gender teachers could be put in place, because those learners, for example, like girls, maybe could be fearing that if we go to school and we only meet the male teachers, they can be a threat to us. And so also that brings a challenge that maybe the nature of inclusivity is a concern that the government has to look into consideration. Now, another thing is that we know that we have Children's Act, and you've talked about early marriage, but you see, like when we read about the Children's Act in 2022, we don't call that early marriage. We are trying to protect the child so that the child, that is the girl child, can go to school. So I want to believe that maybe you are trying to actually curb the girl child. And so you see, like, what are you doing? Or maybe what is it that the government is going to do so that these acts, these children acts, that is a child marriage is used as the right term, and it is reduced among the girls. Thank you.
Dr. Lucy, please respond.
Oh, thank you. Let me start with the most recent that I've just captured, what the government can do in order to ensure that the child marriages among the pastoralist community is perhaps reduced or curbed completely. We find that the government is already doing a lot. The government is tracing the children who are out of population, out of school, through even the chiefs, area chiefs, the local area chiefs who know these families better, their neighbors, and therefore should be able to report if such cases are realized. and among the school-going age children. Second to that, you realize that the issue of pregnancies has always been dealt with, that children have been allowed to go back to school after delivery if they are in good health, and no head teacher or principal is allowed to send them while even pregnant. So that is already curbing that. So it's from the child's perspective that maybe they are fearing to go to school while pregnant, and that should now be encouraged by the the parent should be tasked with the responsibility of ensuring that should their children get pregnant, then they are supposed to continue with the learning if they don't have any medical condition. So perhaps sensitization on the parents' side. Meanwhile, the government should just strengthen their part in terms of enforcement of these things. Third, the government has been equally trying to implement inclusive education, but the part that I realized that was lacking was enforcement committee, which this study has proposed, that there should be an enforcement committee to ensure that aspects of inclusivity as indicated in the policy are implemented. So a monitoring and evaluation team in regards to implementation of inclusive aspects of the policy should be put in place, especially among the pastoralist communities, to ensure that at least they are brought to a level which perhaps others are. Of course, even as a country, we have not achieved so much in terms of 100% inclusion. Take note that there are still issues with inclusive learning, which is another part of this study, and we are going to delve on it and present it in another conference. Otherwise, thank you, Chair. I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Like I've indicated, we are breaking for a health break for 30 minutes. Our next presentation will be at 3:30 on the dot. We intend to keep time. So those of you who are online, please log in again at 3:30. Please, if you already took your health break earlier, please join another room to access other conference proceedings. We resume here at exactly 3:30. Welcome.
I know so many of you don't know what Proposidian are.
Pauline,
If you don't,
it appears like we can't hear you.
what is happening? Oh my goodness. So what do I do then? Because I'm talking.
We can hear you. I think it's on their end.
Yeah, they have many problems today, but we will survive. So for those people who don't know what Proposidian are, these are just the elephants you know, and they are extinct species. We used to have so many elephants earlier, many years ago, but they are all gone. Currently, we have only 2 species, and that is the African elephant, Loxodonta africana, and the forest species in Africa. And then in Asia, we have the Asian elephant, or other times we call it Elephas maxima. So talking about the elephants, when I'm not studying, I work at the National Museums of Kenya. And as you can see from this slide, I'm at the National Museums of Kenya. In front of me, I have 2 species of elephants. One, the first one here where you see the casa, this one is the ancestor to the African elephant. It's called Loxodonta hadaurora. And then we have the next one there is Elephas reki, which is the ancestor to the Haitian elephant. But today I will be talking to the closest ancestor to the Haitian elephant. When we talk about evolution, it is about what we see in terms of the changes we see in the morphology of the animals, either in their postcranial bones or the differences we see in the morphology of their teeth. So for my case today, I will be talking about the closest ancestor to the Asian elephant. Other than this one is the primitive species, but before this one, after this one, we have the most closest ancestor to the Asian elephant, which is very important to research. So talking about fossils, for many of you, you don't know what they are. Fossils are remains of former living animals or plants preserved in form of rocks. And because I'm talking about elephant, today I decided to put some images of elephants which have been found in Africa, because one thing you need to know, elephants, they are endemic to Africa. They migrated from Africa to other parts of the world. So in Africa, Ethiopia, we have the species which was in this earth, Africa, around 33 million to 28 million years. And this is how they used to look like. When we compare this one and the elephants we have, if you check the proboscis, the trunk, very short. When you check about the tucs, they're also very different from what we have. They used to have tucs on top, on the upper jaw, and two other tucs on the lower jaw. And again, we can reconstruct the past by looking at the plants. From the other side, you can see we can have different types of trees just by looking at the fossil leaves. And then on the other side, you'll see we have even trunks of trees which used to be there around 33 million years. So everything I'm showing here, it is about 33 million years. Oh, sorry. So talking about postcranial bones, like I said, any bone below the skull, that is what I'm interested in. Because when it comes to elephants, the forest species and savanna elephant, they are very different in morphology and size. So that is what I'm measuring. When I talk about morphometric, those are basically the measurement. When I talk of morphology, that one is basically the physical differences in these species. What can identify them when I look at them? So we either measure to see the differences, and also from interaction with this collection, I am able to tell you the differences. And this one is very important for the paleontologists in the field, because we don't find complete skeleton. Sometimes we get half partial skeleton. So for you to identify this one is this species and not the other one, you need to have specific features. And that is what I'm doing in my study. So for my study, I have identified specific elements of the postcranial bones, and these are some of them. And because of time, I would talk about them, but I want to show you in images how they differ. So when you talk about the luna, when you talk about the distal elements of an elephant foot, there's some bones called luna. And when you compare different species, you'll see they differ in size. Just from your naked eyes, you can see that one. So we do measure and try to identify those differences. But now that I'm talking about adaptation to different habitats, so we have already identified that short bones, they have also wider morphology. These are characteristics of elephant species walking on soft, and they are forest adapted species, just by basically looking at and measuring the luna. When you look at the metacarpal 3, the third carpal, from these different species here, you can tell the differences, like in terms of the length, in terms of robustness of the couple. So when you measure them, so we have noted that the longer the couple, those are characteristics of species that walk for long distances, looking for grasses. So that one is a characteristics of a savanna elephant species. But there is this Deinotherium, which from their dedition, we know they are forest species. But because they were there when the grass-eating species, when the climate changed from forest to grass, open grassland. So for this adaptation, they got it because of the movement on that land to search for food. So they used to walk more as compared to other species, that is the forest and the savanna elephant. That's why we have it being robust and very long. Then there are other elements we do check, the ungiform, they also differ, and the species I'm dealing with it is this here, the Elephas atavus. This species, like I said, in my next slides, I will tell you when it lived on Earth, this land, especially in Africa, and now we have it in Kenya, which is a plus. So when I do my metrics or measurement, like from you see in this slide, these are the many measurements I do take when I go to these museums. It's a lot of work, but I'm ready for the tax. And I've carried so much within Europe, and I will be in Kenya next week to also continue with my measurements. So why the study is very important? The reason why we decided to do this work is because we believe that there is quite a big difference when it comes to postcranial bones or proboscideans, as well as when you compare them in terms of their species. And the postcranial differences, what we have realized here, it is because they are not just differences we see in their body sizes, but their adaptation to different strategies of locomotion. So we have the savanna and we also have the forest. So those adaptations specifically, if you measure these elephant species, when you compare them, you see there is quite a big difference in size. And the reason why this research will be very important because we have few proxies which are used to reconstruct paleo environment. So postcranial element will add value when it comes to that tax. Talking about Elephas Reki at area 123, when you go there, this is how it looks like. And this skeleton is managed by the National Museums of Kenya. But to access to that place, you need to contact the Turkana Basin Institute, which has facilitated much in terms of my research work. So I will be going to this place soon. Last year in January, we did some measurements, and when you look at the geology of the area 123, it is like this. The specimen I'm talking about, it is 2 million years, and it is on the eastern side of Turkana. I was there in January, but I will be going there because of some unfinished businesses. So about the specimen at area 123, it is complete. When you measure it, it's about 40 years of age compared to the African elephant. And when you check the skull matrix, compare it to the Paleoloxodons and other specimens, other species, it is of more closely related to the Asian elephant than those other species. So we did that one and we compared that one with other specimen. And when you check on, I don't know what this one is happening. So when we go out, we do measurement, like from these images, this one is when I was in Ethiopia. And this is my supervisor, who is my co-author in this research, and some other people involved. So we do carry a lot of work. So we did some analysis, and when we compare the elements, and this one is about the humerus length, the ulna, and also the manus length. These are the metacarpal 3. When you compare them, it's clear that Elephas atavus, compared to the Asian elephant, they are of similar limb proportion. But from this measurement, when you check it here, you will, like I talked about the Deinotherium, you see it has a very long limb length compared to these others, because it used to walk for longer distances compared to others in search of food. So those are the elements we checked. But for this side, these are the skull metrics. We did the PCA analysis. And like this one is the Asian elephant. This is the Atavus, the Elephas reki, which is the closest ancestor to the Asian elephant. And this one is Paleoloxodont. You see where it is. This one is a mixed feeder. This one was typical grass-eating species. And this one is the forest species. This one is the Loxodonta africana, and this one is Cyclotis here. The Cyclotis and the other one, they are of similar metrics. In summary, like I said, skull metrics indicate similarities of Elephas atavus and Elephas maximus, which is the Asian elephant, and they differ from Loxodont and Paleoloxodont by having their skull tall, and they also have a shorter face compared to Loxodonta, and they also do have longer neurocranium, but that one you need to see the skeleton so that I can show you all that. And then in terms of measurement, the limb proportion, which I talked about, the longer limbs, the distal elements of their foot, that one is more closely related to the Asian elephant compared to the others. And this one suggests it was adapted to moving on open landscapes, because that is what we show. From the images you checked, the longer the limbs, that one is an adaptation for species feeding on grasses. And I don't want to repeat myself because we talked about that one. At least with limb proportion, we can tell for sure this species was closely related to the Asian elephant more than the other species. So it is clear, and from the metrics we do, that species can be identified. Climate can be reconstructed simply by using their postcranial elements. This is a new study, and we have not yet done with it. And we are going to prove to the world truly that one can be used. So before I finish, we do a lot of things. This is the eastern side of the Lake Turkana. This is Iriret Turkana Basin Institute on that other side. And I was there doing some paleo guide activities, which was done at the Turkana University College. And we do exhibition at the museum. We talk about what we do. This one is about talking our origin, talking about science, which is basically about our origin, with the First Lady of Kenya. And the University of Helsinki, I have a big team These are people I do work with. We do have a Kenyan there. And you can see my supervisor. And yeah, thank you very much. This is my research team. Sarinen being the main supervisor. This one is from the University of Helsinki, and then Professor Juka is also from the University of Helsinki, and Bill Sanders, who was my master's supervisor, and then Hadrian of London Museum, and then Professor Hanu, who is from the University of Helsinki. And this project is funded by the Research Council of Finland. And for my data collection is fully funded by the Turkana Basin Institute, which funded also my master's program. So, and to the Turkana University College, thank you for your support and hosting me to do this and talk about what I do. And the National Museums of Kenya for giving me the study leave to be away and study.
Have a key pillar as community-based innovation. This pillar can empower local actors to design and operate these systems. And finally, we have what we call the climate resilience pillar. And the contribution of this is to capture the broader outcome, reliable access to essential goods and services even during the shocks. The shocks in supply chain, we call them the disruptions, like in the case of Corona. So generally, this framework connects the theory to practice and serves as a guide for pilot testing in regions like Turkana. So in conclusion, collectively, we can say that psychologistics offer a viable, inclusive, and sustainable solution to last mile delivery problems in Kenya, especially arid and semi-arid settings. So our framework provides a replicable structure for integrating these systems into rural transports planning. Therefore, the potential policy can influence
disconnect
a sudden delivery and job creation as we minimize the emissions in order to protect the well-being of the occupants. So as the next steps are recommended, piloting testing, the model is selected, especially in counties where we can be able to provide
something.
The infrastructure and finance
Hello, Frida.
Is not a problem. Yes?
Hello, Frida.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. I was just calling to inform you.
Yes.
You're in room 2.
Yes.
And from my look of things, where I am over here is like room 2. They have actually taken a break. They're actually on a break, on a lunch break. Though I can still hear you virtually.
Okay.
I don't know if we still have others also virtual.
Yeah, we had one professor has already presented. So I was presenting and actually I'm making a conclusion.
No, currently as it is, I think the chair of the session is actually said that we break for lunch.
I think since Frida was winding up, we should allow her to wind up and then we can take a break.
Okay, fine. That's okay.
Thank you.
So in my conclusion, collectively, we have suggested that the next steps will commend the piloting testing of the model which we derived in a particular counties. We can engage the stakeholders for infrastructure and financing and actually conduct what we call the empirical studies to evaluate the real world impact of this study. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you. I welcome the questions.
I do not have a question, but I would just like to appreciate the presentation in terms of the role that your findings can impact positively on climate change. So I just wanted to appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Isidro F. Aguilo. Okay, if not, Dr. Jeremiah Onunga. Are you in the room? Okay. Then we have Maxwell already presented. Josephat, Mr. Josephat, are you back? Kemei?
Yes, I'm in.
Oh, Josephat, you can present. It will be your turn now.
Okay, let me start sharing the screen.
Yeah, you can share your slides.
I believe it's visible.
Yes, we can see them, Josephat.
Thank you very much.
So we are presenting Mr. Josephat Nairutia Kemei, who will be presenting his paper, and the title is Integrating AI in Research. So, Mr. Josephat, you have 10 minutes. You share.
Though that is a sub-theme, that's a sub-theme. Yes. The topic is a historical and ethical inquiry into the transformative of artificial intelligence in scientific research methodologies.
Oh, then what I have in the program, that is what is in the program, but it is all right. We are going to make the corrections.
Yes, thank you. Much obliged.
So, Mr. Josephat, you have 10 minutes, and then we'll engage you with for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Most welcome.
This is the long-awaited time. Yeah. Now, this is Josephat Kemei, as you have mentioned, affiliated in Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. The two names appearing there, Reverend Father Dr. Kizito Mchanga and Professor Punchan Okoth, are my supervisors. I'm a PhD candidate in history. Presenting a historical and ethical inquiry to the transformative role of artificial intelligence in scientific research methodologies. Direct to introduction, it is important to note reflects humanity's technological progress from early documentation systems to modern AI analytics. Also, milestones such as the scientific revolution, empiricism, and the development of statistical and computational tools paved the way for AI's emergence as a transformative force in the late 20th and 21st centuries. Additionally, AI now automates data analysis, generates predictive insights, and raises critical ethical questions around ownership, bias, and data governance. Therefore, this study examined AI's historical development, its technological impact, and the ethical challenges it presents in scientific inquiry. Various literatures were reviewed, such as in scientific inquiry, with AI representing a major epistemological transformation. Other scholars such as Jordan and Michel, 2015, Delvin et al., 2020, talked about enhancing AI in data processing, predictive modeling, and interdisciplinary collaboration. The research applied the actor network theory, which was propounded by Lothar, 1987, and also Kalun, the two of them used it 1986. This theory was chosen because it highlights how AI system construct research outcomes alongside researchers, structures, and institutional norms. Therefore, this study incorporates ethical analysis within the ANT framework challenges. Methodologically, since this is historical research, definitely it used a qualitative approach, employed historical research design, which were used to explore AI's transformative role in research methodologies. Data was collected from secondary literature and archival sources, which is a very important aspect that can be used to collect data historically, as supported by Bryman 2016 and Keane 2018. The findings were presented by use of thematic and content analysis, which actually was used to identify the related historical evolutions, research enhancements, and ethical challenges. Since the historical research, additionally, ethical integrity was maintained through accurate sourcing, proper citation, and also there was respect for intellectual property as advocated by Israel and Hay, 2006. Allow me to go to the findings, Doc. The objective one of this study was to trace the historical development of AI-driven research methodologies from early computational approaches to the present-day innovations. One, the historical trajectory of AI-driven research shows a shift from manual data systems to human-machine networks. Why? Early computational tools, for instance, IBM, punch cards, standardized and accelerated research processes, hence redefining epistemic authority. That's according to Edward 2010 and Booker 2000. Secondly, machine learning in the late 20th century introduced adaptive algorithms as evolving collaborators. That's according to Russell and Novig 2020. While 21st century AI, for example, AlphaFold, ChatGPT, which is very common, now actively shapes research, design, and knowledge production. Et al. 2021 and Stafford High 2022. That is collaborated at actor, which AI as a non-human actor who directs research agenda, labor, and methodologies through dynamic social technical networks. Second objective, which was to assess the role of AI in enhancing data accuracy, predictive modeling, and interdisciplinary research collaboration. It was found that AI enhances data accuracy through real-time error detection and standardization, as seen in genomic tools like seed variant, according to EBI 2020. Sorry, Doc, there is some
Sorry, I'm not using the phone.
overlap of voices.
I've realized
I don't know if I'm clear. Dr. Nderito? Dr.
Yes.
Nderito?
Yes.
Yes, there's an overlap of voices there from your side. I don't think if you're getting me well.
Yes, we are getting you well. Mr. Josephat, you can proceed.
Thank you very much. I'm in objective 2, the findings. And the second bit is in predictive modeling, AI acts as an epistemic agent generating actionable insights, such as DeepMind's COVID-19 mutation forecast as documented by Lancet Digital Health 2021. Furthermore, AI also fosters interdisciplinary collaboration by transforming data and actor relationship exemplified by projects like Ivaka reconstructing ancient text. That's according to STOA Consortium 2022. The last objective, the third and last specific research objective was to evaluate the ethical and methodological challenges associated with AI integration in research and to propose strategies for sustainable adoption. First, AI integration in research raises ethical and methodological challenges linked to algorithmic bias, data privacy, and epistemic uncertainty. Bias in training data can embed and amplify social inequalities as seen in facial recognition errors. That's according to Baulamwini and Gebru 2018, which is also reflecting asymmetric actor network according to Latu 2005. Thirdly, privacy concerns emerge from black box, the AI system that obscure data transformation and limit oversight. Again, that's according to Latour 1987. Methodologically, AI's opaque inscription devices challenge reproducibility and scientific accountability. Again, this is by Latour and Wolga 1979, Nature 2021. Lastly, to ensure sustainable adoption, a hybrid governance model is proposed by this study, blending institutional oversight with AI-driven auditing tools and distributed accountability across technical network. That is a finding, yes, but it augurs well, also can be used in recommendation. Now, on the conclusion part, this study concludes that AI has fundamentally reshaped scientific research by enhancing data accuracy, predictive modeling, and interdisciplinary collaboration, while simultaneously introducing ethical and methodological challenges. That is something that as a researcher, I found while trying to see how the incorporation of AI affects research in the current era. Therefore, using ANT, AI is understood as an active agent within research networks, co-producing knowledge and influencing epistemic practices. We are now moving, the current generation is moving from human generation of knowledge to depending on AI, which is something that raises a lot of questions and causes very serious ethical issues as far as research methodology is concerned. Allow me to finish by looking at the recommendation. First, in order to promote ethical AI integration research, this study recommends establishing hybrid governance frameworks, which will combine human oversight, should implement AI literacy programs through targeted training, workshops, interdisciplinary forums, like now the one we are doing here in Turkana University College. Therefore, regulatory bodies like Commission on University Education and NACOSTI and privacy assessments. Lastly, academic publishers should revise evaluation standards. Additionally, AI developers must provide explainability documentation and collaborate with academic institutions to align system design with the scientific integrity. These measures will ensure responsible and sustainable AI adoption in scientific research. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Josephat. That was a good presentation on how AI can be used in research, and then the floor for questions, maybe for the next 5 questions, or so that the participants, those online and those who are here to
Thank you, Chair. The topic is refugee students' attitude towards translanguage. And Kiswahili is only used as a language of teaching and learning to grade 3. Languaging has been very successful in helping refugee students learn the second language, which is used as language of teaching and learning. For instance, Dryden Peterson 2015 found out that translanguaging helped refugee students who relocated to United States who did not understand English, which is used in the US as the language of teaching and learning. In this study, we carried a study in Kakuma refugee camp in school run by the Rutherand World Federation, in short, LWF schools in Kakuma refugee camp. In that research, or in that study, we explored the attitude of refugee students towards translanguaging in the teaching and learning of English, which is the language of teaching and learning, and Kiswahili, which is the language of communication. In Kenya, English is the language of teaching and learning. We used to say language of instruction, but nowadays we use language of teaching and learning. And Kiswahili is the language of communication. The contribution of this study, it will actually contribute to the scholarship of translanguaging in refugee camps across Africa. And also it will contribute to the refugee education, which will help them get integrated into the society, especially at this time when in Kenya we are having something called Shirika Plan, where the refugees will be integrated into the host community. This study will also inform the recognition of translanguaging in language and education policy of Kenya. In that way, it will help the refugees learn English, which is the language of teaching and learning, and Kiswahili, which is the language schools run by Rutherand World Federation in Kakuma refugee camp. And it focuses on students from South Sudan and Somalia. And that was informed by the limited time and resources. We reviewed the literature, whereby we looked at the origin of translanguaging, which started as a teaching strategy in Wales, where it was used as language, where it was used as a teaching strategy, where one language was used as an input and the other was used as the output in the teaching and learning activity. And it was very successful in Wales. From there, it spread to other parts of the country, whereby it's nowadays viewed as, translanguage is viewed as a communicative practice and also as a teaching pedagogy. We referred to the literature review on attitude towards translanguaging, whereby we reviewed the literature that you see on the PowerPoint, which indicated that in those areas, teachers and students had a positive attitude towards translanguaging. In this study, we used translanguaging theory to guide this study. We use translanguaging as a translanguaging theory in guiding this study. And the tenet of translanguaging that we employed in this study is translanguaging as a pedagogical strategy or as a teaching strategy, whereby it is used as a teaching strategy which helps students to infer meaning in the teaching and learning activity, also to understand the subject matter when it is taught in the classroom. The second tenet is translanguaging as a communicative tools. For instance, Shibutane 2013, in the context of Mozambique, it showed that translanguaging helps the student to understand, to communicate in the classroom when they use translanguaging. So these are the two tenets that we use translanguaging as a pedagogical practice, and it has several benefits. For instance, it helps the student to learn the second language and also to do well in all the subjects offered in the curriculum. So it has been very effective in the education context. Also, translanguaging brings the concept of language as fluid, not something fixed. We use this study, we use the research approach that we use in this study is qualitative case study approach. And the data collection techniques that we use were interviews. That is unstructured interview, semi-structured interviews, and focus group interviews. In our research area, as I indicated earlier, it was in LWF schools in Kakuma refugee camp. LWF is Rutherland World Federation School also from Somalia. The first language of this refugee student is not English or Kiswahili. So they are learning English as the second language. And English is used as a language of teaching and learning in Kenya from grade 1 to university. And Kiswahili is used as a language of teaching and learning in lower grades. That's grade 1, 2, 3, and 4. And translanguaging actually entails the use of code switching, use of the first language or mother tongue, and also translation. So the finding of this study indicated that the refugee students have a positive attitude towards translanguaging because of the following reason. That translanguaging helps them understand the subject matter which is offered in the curriculum. It enables them to understand the subject matter. And in this case, in learning English, which is the language of teaching and learning, and also learning Kiswahili, which is the language of communication. So it helps them, translanguaging helps them to understand the subject matter that is taught in classroom. And that resonates very well with what Becker 2006 and Gracia 2009, which indicate that translanguaging helps students to understand the subject matter in the lesson. Translanguaging also helps students to participate in the classroom in such a way that they're able to ask questions in the classroom. They're also able to seek clarification from the teachers. And in that way, the student participate in the teaching and learning activity in the classroom effectively. So this student, the refugee student in Kakuma refugee camp, they have a positive attitude towards translanguaging because it helps them to participate in the teaching and learning activity in the classroom. And that resonates very well with the studies of translanguaging that actually indicates that translanguaging fosters classroom participation and interaction. And learning takes place when students take part in the teaching and learning. A teacher uses maybe the first language or translate the concept in the first language of the refugees. And in that way, they're able to infer meaning, hence understand what is taught. And when they understand what is taught in the classroom, they are able to participate in the teaching and learning activity. And in that way, they are able to learn and understand the subject matter taught in the curriculum. Also, translanguaging fosters communication. In Kakuma refugee camp, the refugees use translanguaging in communicating in the classroom. because they don't understand English, which is the language of teaching and learning, and also they don't understand Kiswahili, so they resort to translanguaging. And when they use translanguaging, they're able to communicate with the teacher and also to communicate with the to communicate within them, to communicate among themselves. And that actually resonates with the study carried out by Shibutani 2013 in Mozambique, which showed that when students use translanguaging, they are able to communicate. And in that way, they participate in the teaching and learning activity and also understand the subject matter, because communication play a key role in the teaching and learning activity. So in the Kakuma refugee camp school, the refugee students use translanguaging to foster communication in the classroom. They are able to communicate with the teacher and also to communicate among themselves and also seek clarification using translanguaging. And in that way, they communicate. They communicate with the teachers and also they communicate among themselves, especially when they are discussing the subject matter. The conclusion of this study builds on the tenet of translanguaging, which is based on the view of language as a fluid. Language is not fixed, and that student can use their full linguistic repertoire to communicate in the teaching and learning activity in the classroom, and also they can use translanguaging to infer meaning in the lesson. Along the same line, translanguaging helps students when they use a mix of languages. They are able to understand the subject matter being disseminated in the classroom by the teacher. So translanguaging also helps these students to improve in their writing, even though their teachers don't allow the use of writing. They don't allow their students in Kenya. Teachers don't allow, or the language in education policy in Kenya does not allow the use of translanguaging in the writing. The language of teaching and learning is English. And even the Kenya National Examination Council, especially in the English exam or Kiswahili exam, they only use one language. If it is Kiswahili, it's only Kiswahili. There is no mixing of language or use of translanguaging. But actually, research has indicated that translanguaging can help a student improve in the writing. Because if the teacher corrects the student, when the student uses a word, maybe in his language, and the teacher corrects him or her, that student is able to improve on his writing skill, which is one of the important skills in language. So this study built on the tenet of translanguaging, which shows that language is not fixed. It is something that is fluid, which student can deploy their full linguistic repertoire to communicate, to understand the subject matter, and also to infer meaning in the teaching and learning activity. The implication of this study is that translanguaging can be incorporated in the teacher education, in the teachers training in colleges, and in service training of teachers who are working with non-governmental organization in the refugee camps in Kenya, like in Kakuma refugee camps. So if it is included or incorporated in teacher education, it will help these refugee student or student in Kenya who are in multilingual classroom to learn the second language, which is used as language of teaching and learning in the curriculum. The limitation of this study. So this study was limited because it only focused in those schools, primary school in Kakuma refugee camp, which are run by LWF, Lutheran World Federation. Future direction, translanguaging in secondary schools, other studies can carry translanguaging in secondary school in refugee camps in Kenya and also among the host community. Also, other studies can focus on translanguaging in the teaching and learning of other subjects in the curriculum like maths, social studies, among other subjects. And finally, other study can explore the implementation of language in education policy in the use of translanguaging in special needs education. So I say thank you. That is the end of my presentation.
So we want to appreciate that presentation by Dr. Lokidor by clapping. The online you can drop some claps, and we want to invite questions. About 2 questions are enough. The online people can ask on the what? Chat box. Thank you. Doctor, I know this is your area. Karibu sana. And very simply put for us to understand. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon.
I want to thank Dr. Lukidor for this presentation. There are more maybe recommendations that you should put in place so that actually we get insight of this translanguaging. When we think about, number one, we know that refugees come from different ethnic groups or different tribes. And like others have come all the way from Sierra Leone, and we know some countries that maybe I'm using French. We have those who are using mother tongue. And so you see like it can be a bit much more challenging, especially for a teacher who is a Kenyan, maybe even to understand their mother tongue or maybe the language that can be understood by them. Yes. I want you to bring out maybe a recommendation such as like we can have books that have been written and have been translated to English or maybe the language that we use for instruction. That will actually like it will help those students from different ethnic groups to understand what is being taught. And at the same time, it is going to assist the teacher so that, like translation is also very
just to sum up your question, it's like a whole presentation.
So this was more of a recommendation,
Okay.
It was more of a recommendation. So books in the mother tongue that could aid. And then also like
as we try to reach to him, we could post them on the chat.
languages among of the minor donor language in English vocabulary. And when we trace about historical background, Swahili were used as the official language for communication in Tanganyika and later in Tanzania. As noted by Kemo, when two or more languages become into contact, linguistic borrowing is inevitable. In East African English, some Swahili vocabulary is used in English communication. This vocabulary is also found in the English dictionaries and treated as a part of the English lexicon. Some of the words are borrowed directly from Swahili origin or indirect. Example, Swahili borrowed directly from Swahili origin or indirect. Example, Swahili has 30 include 25 consonants.
To speak up, eh? Excuse me, try to
Yes.
speak up. Raise your voice.
Okay. I think you hear me. You hear me well?
Yeah. That's okay now.
Also, in English language has a diphthong vowel, while Swahili has a simple vowel. However, the adaptation strategies are language specific due to the language difference. There is a lack of systematic study on the adaptation strategy for the Swahili words incorporated into modern English language. The existing literature indicates adaptation strategy of the English words incorporated into Swahili language. For example, Ndomiwe study on the phonological adaptation of English loanword into Swahili. Therefore, this paper presents the strategies used for adapting Swahili words into East African English. Theoretical framework. The study was guided by constraints and repair approach pioneered by Pat and Alexandre in 2005. This theory use linguistic constraints to use like changing sound or adding, deleting element are used to balance the competitive constraints. The constant repair approach has 4 key tenets, namely constraints, loanword adaptation, constraint conflict, and repair strategies. Under this theory, the phonological constraints of source language, which is Swahili, are violated into the recipient language, which is English. Therefore, the phonological adjustment is inevitable. This means the loanword may be modified to comply with the phonotactics and the other constraints of the recipient language. The selected framework is used to analyze the phonological adjustment of Swahili nouns incorporated into East African English. Methodology. The data were obtained from 3 dictionaries, 1 hard copy and 2 online, through documentary review and the pronunciation listening method. This dictionary are Oxford Advanced Learner Dictionary and Oxford Learner and Collins, which were listed in the list above. The finding and discussion. Swahili words borrowed into English retain their morphological structure but undergo phonological adjustment. This adjustment are realized when we are analyzing pronunciation, not orthography. But when we see graphic issues, we can realize that there is similar. But when we look about the phonological issue about this words adapted into English are so different. So both consonant and the vowel undergo phonological adjustment, but the adjustment are predominantly in the vowels. Consonant adjustment predominantly in the vowels. Consonant adjustment strategies include consonant substitution and nasal velarization. Vowel adjustment strategies include vowel substitution, vowel lengthening, diphthong, and prosthesis. When we see about consonant adjustment, we have 2 strategies. We have 2 adjustments. First one is consonant substitution. There are some of the consonants are substituted when incorporated into East African English. For example, the voice vowel affricate is absent. Therefore, when Swahili words with the J sound adjustment, which is in nasal velarization, this involves change of non-vowel sound to become vowel. Now, while English language has both alveolar nasal and velar nasal. So the adjustment involves replacing Swahili alveolar nasal sound based on the English pronunciation as indicated in the first by R, U, and E. For example, the word marim. Also, we have the tongalization. This is involved the change of the single vowel sound, which is transformed into a combination of two vowel sound. In the word like iboma. In Kiswahili, we pronounce this is the act of adding sound at the beginning of the word without changing its meaning. Starting with the nasal sound, when adapted into English phonetic system, the schwa sound mid-central vowel is added before the syllable that starts with the nasal sound. For example, the word ngoma. In English, you pronounce the engoma, and the word mzungu. In English, also we pronounce mzungu, and the word mzee is also pronounced mzee. Conclusion. Swahili words retain their morphological shape when integrated into English phonology. Main reason for such adjustment is the phonological variation between Swahili and the English vowel. The vowel adjustment takes place in order for the vowel to conform to the English phonological system. And also we have recommendation, and when we look about these two dictionaries, there is other Bantu sourced words such as
Analysis of phonological adaptation of Swahili loanwords in English. Analysis of phonological adaptation of Swahili loanwords in English language system. Now, just before I invite one of us to give some brief comments or to ask you a question, you did say at the very beginning that 80% of the English languages we know today derives from borrowed words. So what was there before? Had we the English language, the old English language, what was there before? No, it borrowed heavily. And what happened? Just very briefly.
When you trace back about the history of English language, there is different periods of English language historical. But when we talk about this modern English language, as I indicated in the full paper, this is the English language which I think it is from 19th century. It is not noted as from 19th century. So in this period, we see the English language as the major a major borrower from other languages. So it was different with the old English, whereby the word were from Greek and Latin.
English we know today is as a result of what we call contact-induced language change, which has taken effect on English diachronically and synchronically. Diachronic changes took place long before the modern English that we know today came into being. And initially, remember, we had the Old English, which was the spoken by the Anglos, the Old England. And it was a minority language, but it borrowed from so many other languages like Latin, French, and there were so many other influences, like the King James version of the Bible and the printing press, and so many other
always what management, what kind of process development. And this tool was engineered in 2018. That's the time it was established under UNESCO. So if you go to the UNESCO website, this tool this kind of this presentation. So understanding how it works, we normally call it the bottom approach tool because you work with the communities, the stakeholders from the grassroots level, for you to come up with all the scenarios that are possible regarding the mortality that we are working on. So additionally, what I'm doing
as largely guided by the assumption. The assumption that we confidently predict and plan for the future. And so by developing such kind of a tool, communities, so you bring the efficiency of this tool is as good as the stakeholders in that room who are helping in developing. For example, if you come to Turkana, we have the Fisher Folks Agriculture for Business and all the other. So when you bring them together and you bring all this in these groups that you have brought on the table, plus all the scientific knowledge that is available, then you can come up with a kind of a forecasting tool that can give you better management of these water resources. We can go to the next stage where we have this steps to make the CRIDA, and you start with the preparatory phase where you understand who are these people that we need to engage on the table. You formulate. So you have already identified the group that will be creating the tool. And then you want to formulate these scenarios. So through stakeholder workshops. So in this stakeholders workshop, that's when now you start building all these scenarios. For folks, that is at the community level. The kind of people you bring on the table, and then you also include source of the indigenous knowledge that you require to build this tool. So the second phase, you formulate and you evaluate. To the next step. So step one is what we do, the stakeholder workshop, where you gather supporting the identification of the flexible mitigation. In step 4, that's where you have a comprehensive plan, and this is where the policies also come. Might help to address the water resource management by climate proofing them. So you have a scenario of maybe the next 10 years, this is what we are expecting to happen. So by then, at that step number 4, that's where now you interrogate all these scenarios that you have, and you try to compile them into a policy document that can be implemented through the government institutions. So the final step, you propose actions. Actions are institutionalized to ensure their implementation. So after you formulate and you develop these policies, the actions, we can call them even actions, you go to the final step where you also empower. For example, if it's the water resources, you go to the Water Resources Authority and you go with the action plan that you have developed from this tool. So, next. So where has CRIDA been used at the global stage? Since 2018, when it was developed and published by UNESCO, it has been used in more than 25 case studies, implemented in 22 countries from 2018 up to 2022. The figure on your right, as you can see, we have the locations of each of these case studies. We have one in Kenya, in Nairobi. And these studies have proven that this tool is very critical when it comes to water resource management. I'll go to the next. So, what happens at the local stage? We have a project in Turkana along the lake. It's called Sustainably Unlocking the Economic Potential of Lake Turkana. It's being done in the lake basin, so in Turkana and on the other side in Marsabit. So CRIDA has been incorporated in this project because even as we look at the water resources in this region, we acknowledge that there is a problem in unpredictability for the surface water because the precipitation in this region, again, it's very low, even when you compare to the three main rivers that drain their water into Lake Turkana. But 90% of this water comes from River Omo in Ethiopia. Empowering the communities living along the lake in terms of along the fish value chain. So we are trying to empower access to clean water. So at the level. So the vision and approach of this Lake Turkana at the heart of boosting the fish value chain for resilient livelihoods, food, nutrition, security, and stability in Marsabit and Turkana counties. So how are we going to do that? Achieved through a lot of research. So a lot of research is going to be put in place just to understand how the resource, and when you talk of the resource here, we are speaking of fish, we're also speaking of water, still along the coastal region. And so under the pathway 3, that is what I'm going to speak, because that is what we are doing as UNESCO. The objective is to develop the necessary knowledge base of the natural resource of the lake that will support decision making on future investments in fisheries and prioritization of water resources management, strategies for water security and protection of the lake ecosystem. So And this is the methodology that we are going to use to attain that resource, knowledge management, and stewardship. And at the heart of it all is the CRIDA tool, which is the Climate Risk Informed Decision Analysis for Ecosystem-Based Water Resources Management Planning. So, as I had put earlier on about how this CRIDA is done, we are going to involve a lot of stakeholders beginning next year to bring them on the table to try to understand the scenarios and build different scenarios from the data, scientific data that we have, and from the indigenous local data that we can get from the local communities. So that is one of the key things that we are going to do, and maybe there will be by next time when we have such a conference, we'll have a success story of another CRIDA tool or another maybe paper, maybe a publication or a case study in Turkana where we have used the CRIDA successfully. The other one is the assessment of the surface and groundwater resources, their management and the water balance. So we're also going to do a hydrological study. There is a PhD that is going to address the hydrological study, trying to understand the water balance of Lake Turkana. The other component is the household. We already did one last year. And we are going to do another one in 2027. Different water. We are going to do another one in 2027. Different water quality parameters. Component number 5 is the fish productivity model that will be done. We have already done 2 acoustic, one more this year, and perhaps maybe 3 more in the coming 3 years. Involved maybe using CRIDA. You can go to the CRIDA hub just by scanning the code here. So the QR code will also take you to their website, and you can read more about other publications from the case studies that have applied CRIDA. It can be from the South America, America, and other regions, as you saw from the first slides. So we have also other nature-based solution, climate resilient interventions that we have done here. In 2023, we did what we call the climate resilience, can address the issue of access to water. Again, this is something that we did study, so we haven't got to do any kind of intervention regarding the infrastructure. Next. So this, this map showcases the proposed sites where we can do any kind of intervention for the managed aquifer recharge, but there is a whole report that we did on this, and for each site there is a description of what kind of infrastructure should be put in place. For example, we have the sand dams, so we have a site for sand dam, we have a site for subsurface dam. So all these sites, depending on where they are located, and using as an abstract, but this is what we have, and the report can be shared once it's ready. So thank you for your time, and I would like to know if you have any question regarding the 3 components that I have presented. I have done 3 in 1.
have NEMA, these NEMA guys done the audit, environmental audit of what you guys are doing or in the process of doing in this particular study area? Thank you. NEMA audit, environmental audit.
Yeah, I would say when we are doing the feasibility study, all the stakeholders were involved, including NEMA, and this is just to allow and to understand before we do any kind of infrastructure, do we need, so any query that might arise is addressed when the stakeholders are in the room. So there are stages that we do that are involved before going to the final implementation. And for NEMA, because as I said, it was a feasibility study, so what you do is first identify the sites, and once you identify the sites, now you come up with an engineered structural design on how you can implement these structures. So when you go to that level, that's when now you come to NEMA, although they were involved in the feasibility. So first is to make them aware what you are doing, and then when you go to the next stage, you also include them just to make sure that all the environmental factors are addressed.
Thank you very much. Allow me now to ask you a question, and my question is as regards water resource management. Recent research has shown that water resources are dwindling, such that there is fear that in the next 10 years, people will be struggling a lot with water. So what are some of the strategies that you are putting in place to make sure that people from this region and other areas are water secure in the near future? Because that one is becoming a serious challenge, also given the attendant climatic shocks, which are growing day by day.
Thank you. So remember when I said that the efficiency of even that tool, it's highly dependent on the people, the stakeholders on that workshop when you are building up the tool. So abstraction of water and the groundwater, especially when it comes to the groundwater resources, you have to look at how are we going to recharge. That is one main component of groundwater resource abstraction. So, for example, when we come to river TUC well and we want to create, that's what it's called, the managed aquifer recharge, you are trying to block the water that is coming. We normally lose a lot of water, maybe to the lake, when we have flash floods, even the short rains that we have. Some of them are so intense. And that water is supposed to be, if you can trap that water and let it seep into the ground, that water is what you are going to use maybe next week, tomorrow, or maybe the following year. So one of the elements of sustainability is the groundwater recharge. And that comes in with the protection of the water catchment areas where the source of this water is coming from. For example, if you go to, if the source of River TUC well is Elgon, so that is where the protection of that catchment area is done. So you have to, again, to bring the stakeholders from the Mount Elgon to address the issue of protection of the water catchment areas for sustainability. So that is one. And again, I mentioned about the water resource users associations. So these are people within the community who try to protect and manage the water resource. So by engaging them, you avoid a lot of wastage when it comes to water abstraction. For example, you might go to a water point and find that the tap is flowing 24 hours per day. Meaning, even when the water is not being used, it is still flowing. And that is wastage of water resources, which again will affect the sustainability of that water point. So these people, they are there to manage and protect these water points, so that in the long run, the communities will enjoy that resource for the longest time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwangi. I think you can appreciate him. And as he goes back, I have something to add in connection to what he has been presenting. He has talked about recharge. That is stochastic recharge of water. So apart from stochastic recharge, I think the other viable strategy which needs to be put in place is that of ensuring that water loss is minimized. During rainy seasons, we have a lot of water which is being wasted. So we can adopt the strategy whereby if water is running, make it slow down. And where the water slows down, trap it so that it does not go further. And where you trap it, use it. I think with such kind of a strategy, we will have very sustainable water resource management. Then another issue in connection to that is about of externalities by those who cause maybe environmental harm that is in connection with the wasting of resources. Having said that, I think let me now take this opportunity as the chairman of the session to ask if there is any participant who is here today and was scheduled to present today but has not done so. Do we have any? Do we have anyone of you here who was supposed to make a presentation today and you have not? Okay, if there is none, I would like to make an announcement regarding the presentations for today. There are 5 people who have missed presenting. That is Lynette Sankau, James Abuya, Margaret Otieno, Sarah Mosundi, and Enoch Musau. Those people are supposed to make a presentation here and they haven't done it. So I think, do we have some people online who have resumed? If there are none, I think by when we begin tomorrow, we need to find out why those people did not make a presentation so that we can give them an opportunity. No one should be locked out if you had planned to make a presentation. So, any concern? Okay, if there is none, I think we can end there for today. Yes, you have something to say? Oh, sawa. Anything? Okay, you are also the chairman. You can, before we conclude, you can tell us something. Thank you very much. I think we can close our session for today and then try to catch up tomorrow in good time because we have got a lot left for us, including the people who have missed their presentations today. We need now to begin in good time, just like he has insisted. Thank you very much. Enjoy your time around. Clap for me. Excuse me, please. The one who has gone out, eh? Let's close with a word of prayer. We started with a word of prayer. I invite any volunteer to lead us in a word of closing prayers. Anyone?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I wish to congratulate Valerie for the good and for sharing the knowledge with us. We shall try and dig deeper and understand more about these issues. We will try to do our homework. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best in your future research journey. Thank you. I think our next presenter is Mr. Paul Munene, and I think that will be our last presenter for the day. Is Mr. Paul Munene with us?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I am trying to upload my.
Paul Munene, I can see you online.
Trying to share my screen.
Please talk to us.
Hello, Chairman. So thank you. Welcome to the 5th International Multidisciplinary Conference at Turkana University. My name is Paul Moremi Monene. I'm ready to present to you my article titled Selected Heavy Metals in Water and Bottom Sediments in Lake Turkana, Kenya, Distribution and Statistical Analysis. My co-authors Bogua from Turkana University College, Prof. Ruth Wanjao, Kenyatta University, Dr. James Derito, Turkana University College. So, heavy metal pollution in aquatic ecosystems is a threat to health, safe water, and food security. And therefore, this study investigated the quality of Lake Turkana's ecosystem by analyzing levels of lead, cadmium, and chromium in water and bottom sediments for introduction. Heavy
metals are not moving, please.
Sorry? They can move?
They are not moving yet.
Okay, thank you. Let me try to share another way. Let me try to share another way, kindly.
Munene, are you there?
Yes, I'm trying to share the screen in another way.
It was just sharing properly, but
yes. So can you view my screen?
We can see.
But I can't see. I can't view the screen, so.
stop share and share again. There's a place you are clicking and it disappears.
All right, let me try again. You can view the screen now?
Yes, it is okay now. Proceed from there.
All right. So I was talking about introduction. So heavy metal pollution has become a worldwide concern according to United Nations 2022 because heavy metals are highly toxic elements, and heavy metals are elements with density greater than 5 grams per cubic centimeters. These elements are able to bioaccumulate in aquatic life and are able to be biomagnified in higher trophic levels of the food chain. Therefore, they are very toxic, especially when concentration is beyond World Health Organization acceptable levels. These elements can cause diseases and can exacerbate food scarcity. That is by limiting fish productivity and accumulating in food to unacceptable levels, whereby the food is rejected. We have other adverse effects of these heavy metals. So in the aquatic ecosystem, these heavy metals are dissolved in water, and other times they deposit on the sediments where they adsorb because the sediments have large surface area. In Lake Turkana, which is our case study, potential heavy metal sources include urban runoff, whereby these heavy metals are swept into the lake during precipitation or when it rains. We have electronic and plastic waste dumped by the lake settlers. We have oil and lubricant waste. This comes from the residues of fossil fuels used in transportation, that is boat transportation. We have chemical fertilizers used in agriculture along the rivers that flow into Lake Turkana, that is River Omo, Takwel, and Kerio. We have chrome tanning. According to Gebrekidan et al. 2009, some chromium deposits were discovered in rivers in Ethiopia, and some of these rivers flow into Lake Turkana. This is because chrome tanning is still widely used in Ethiopia, and we know chromium is part of the heavy metals. We also have hydroelectric dam construction. This has happened in Ethiopia, where we have construction of Gibe dams. This is like a mining activity that lead to release of heavy metals from the earth crust. Lead, cadmium, and chromium poisoning cause several effects. They can cause death of fish. In figure 1, you can observe we have fish dead in fish cages in an aquatic ecosystem. And when human beings consume these fish or the contaminated water, they end up in hospitals. In figure 2, you can observe a patient where the doctor is administering IV infusion. These heavy metals are toxic, and these are some of the health effects that are caused by lead, cadmium, and chromium. Against this background, the present study determined levels of lead, cadmium, and chromium in water at bottom sediments, compared the levels to WHO levels, as well as the USEPA levels. USEPA means United States Environmental Protection Agency. The study was conducted in Lake Turkana, and the sampled sites included Dampasinyang River mouth, Impresa Beach, Longet Beach, Robu Beach, and Takwero Kerio River mouth. The study used experimental design, where an experiment was done. The chemicals and reagents used included analytical grade nitric acid used in standard preparation, HCl, lead nitrate used in preparation of lead standard, cadmium metal used in preparation of cadmium standard, chromium oxide used in preparation of chromium standard, and distilled water. Water was sampled using Nansen water bottle, a sample of mean plus standard error of mean, and one way ANOVA was used to compare heavy metal levels across the sampling sites, while students' t-test was used to compare heavy metal levels between water and sediments. Results and discussion: heavy metal levels in water compared to WHO. As you can see, the lead levels in all the sampling sites was not significantly different, and the levels were beyond the WHO standards. The cadmium levels were significantly higher in Impresa Beach and Long Edge Beach, possibly because of fossil fuel residues used in transportation activities in these sampling sites. We also have chromium that was not significantly different across the sampling sites and complied with WHO standards. Mean heavy metal levels in sediments compared to USEPA standards. The data is presented as mean plus standard error of mean, and the study was conducted in triplicate. That is why we have n equivalent to 3. And as you can see on the legend, the values with similar lowercase superscript column-wise are not significantly different, and therefore you can see in all the sampling sites, heavy metal levels were not significantly different, and they complied with the USEPA standards. Mean lead levels between water and sediments. On the legend, you can see that values with similar uppercase superscript row-wise are not significantly different. When you look at the red figures, the superscript is different. Sorry, when you look at the superscript, the uppercase one for water sample is different from that of the sediment, meaning that lead was significantly higher in sediment samples compared to water sample in all the sampling sites. Cadmium levels between water and sediments. You can observe that cadmium was significantly higher in water or between the water and the sediments. Before I move on, we can explain this significance difference. Cadmium is higher in sediments. The reason is cadmium is strongly adsorbed on the sediment, sediment particles compared to water. Chromium levels between water and sediments. Chromium was significantly higher in sediment than water in Impresa Beach, Rob Beach, and Napasinyang River mouth, again because chromium was strongly adsorbed on the sediment particles. For Ronges Beach and Takwelke River mouth, there was uniform dissolution between water and the sediment particles. In conclusion, the study established lead and cadmium levels in water to be beyond WHO allowable levels. The lead, cadmium, and chromium in sediments complied with USEPA limits. Lead, cadmium, and chromium were strongly adsorbed on sediments in 100%, 80%, and 60% of the sampling sites, respectively. This study provided insight into heavy metal pollution and control of Lake Turkana. Recommendations: there is need to monitor heavy metal levels in Lake Turkana, create community awareness on pollution causes, effects, and prevention, tailor policies to control heavy metal levels in Lake Turkana's ecosystem, and conduct further analysis involving fish, other heavy metals, because we have other heavy metals like mercury, zinc, and so on. So determine the levels of pharmaceutical residues. Pharmaceuticals are used by the lake settlers as well as the urban residents, as well as pesticides used in agriculture along the rivers. The author declares that there was no potential conflict of interest. I was able to publish my work, and you can visit the Journal of Environment, Volume 5, Issue 3, and you can read the document. Some of the references include the 9 references. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Munene, for the scholarly work, for the good presentation. And also, I would like to thank you for the patience that you have displayed. You have been with us online quite a while. Thank you so much for shedding light on this issue of heavy metals. Give an opportunity to any reactions. Maybe we can take 1 or 2 or so minutes to react to Mr. Munene's presentation. Maybe Mr. Munene, as maybe others prepare to react to your presentation, I would like to understand what informed your choice of the sites for water sampling in the Lake Turkana. Was it guided by any existing maybe study on the levels of contamination, or was it random? And then you happened that the sites which you chose had high concentration of heavy metals.
So thank you for the question. Before I conducted the study, I visited Lake Turkana and identified some anthropogenic activities around Lake Turkana. And therefore, when I identified the sampling sites, it's because they looked like point sources of pollution around Lake Turkana. When you look at the Long Edge Beach.
Conclude, please.
Yeah, you have invited me, and allow me to say, and also to challenge all of us, it is important that we remember the theme of our conference, basically the challenges of climate change, and even our guest speaker told us it is a multidisciplinary area. I remember I accompanied Munene for one of the sampling visits, and we witnessed some buildings that had been submerged. Actually, we were told they were they county offices and one nursery school. And you can see the impact of climate change. As much as that is not what we had gone to see, but we are talking of the anthropogenic activities that are taking place around the lake. What are their impacts as far as not only polluting the environment, but also impacting on climate change? For example, like you can imagine the children who are attending those schools. Now we don't know where they had been taken, and those buildings were in water. We never went close to them, but at least we saw them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for opening up our minds to look at this aspect from a broader perspective in terms of the effects of the human activities on climate change and also on the human life generally, not just about the water contamination with heavy metals. Thank you very much. And I think, Prof, you have also brought us back to refocus also on our theme, the theme of the conference. And I want to appreciate you for always trying to take us back to our focus. Thank you, Prof.
Welcome.
I don't know if any one of us here would like to react to Munene's presentation before we close. So this is going to be our last presentation for today. Anybody with any comment?
To all the presenters that have been online and also those who are physical. Thank you for making our conference lively. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow and having more presentations. We've learned a lot. We've captured all the comments and all the possible areas of further study and what we can look into as far as our topics are concerned, so that we make this conference fruitful even in the future. Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Back to Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Harriet, for that commentary. And participants, we are free to break for the evening at our own pleasure. I think the technical team will now proceed and maybe, I don't know, log us out or whatever formula they would use. But for us who are down on the ground, we are now breaking for the day. Thank you so much.